Hi.
Hi, chat. Leroy's trying to yell at the stream.
Hello.
How's everybody doing?
I am a poodle, I'll have you know.
Apparently you might have to turn me down because I might be peeking.
No, you're not. What?
Oh, I was peeking in Yacha's stream earlier when we were doing it, but I might be fine now on your side.
I have it set to where you.
Oh,
That's my business.
I know.
My hard work, determination. Shiroi is Femboy. Well, Shiroi
Wait,
could
what?
be. They make attachments for that these days. But chat, we're going to cover the Femboy Civil War, which is for some reason a thing.
Let me pop out chat so I can see it.
So which Femboy is Tony Stark and which one's Captain America? I can only think of things in Marvel terms, you know?
None of them. They're all Ant-Man.
I literally don't know who either of these two are.
So they're the ones that gotta go in Thanos' butt crack?
Yeah, they're Femboys.
Oh, that's true.
So
I thought Thanos
Mizu,
was supposed to go in their butt cracks.
who are these people?
I don't know. I don't care.
Okay, so they are quite literally just there.
Well, apparently a bunch of them were mods for Line Chew, so that's the thing.
Oh.
I'm gonna be honest, and this may be a hot take to some. I don't think being a mod for a big VTuber matters.
Oh no.
Like, it is like it is the lamest form of clout you can have, I'm sorry.
So they're all VTubers themselves, but they were all, a lot of them, or at least a group of them, were mods for another Femboy VTuber called Line Chew. Got a call-out document on himself because he was doing not safe for work stuff on Discord, but the Discord rules like explicitly allowed people that were like 13 in.
Oh no.
Oh.
So people
That's
were
yikes.
not happy. He's just
Yeah,
quiet
very
compared to the
yikes right
others.
there.
Yeah, my mic has been acting weird, and I can't figure out what the fuck is wrong with it.
See?
Like, it's just
I think-
acting funny lately.
Well, that was happening on my side where Burb was too quiet as well. And I do just, or my side, Yasha was quieter than me.
But no,
I think it
chat,
was either-
the, it does not matter. The Line Chew thing isn't important.
Okay.
It's just like where some of these people have come from. But no, I don't think it's your issue. Like, from what I can see on my mic's readout, and it was happening in my last stream, I think my mic might be like breaking or something.
What do you mean by that? Like, it's getting too loud or too quiet?
No, it just randomly cuts out. Like, sometimes it'll go to max, and sometimes it'll just refuse to, like, pick up my voice correctly. I can't figure out what's wrong with it. Went cheap on the mic. My mic has worked fine for months. I have no idea what's wrong with it.
They're not wrong, though. You should never cheap out on the mic.
Music getting called out today.
Yeah.
I am happy to call out my friends when they do something stupid, okay?
True.
But anyways, chat.
Alright, good friends acknowledge their friends' problems.
Oh, chat, we're gonna touch on some things really quick. So the first person to release the document was this Calum person. My experience with Shizu VT warning. Before I touch on that, and this is not meant to like prejudice against you against the document, I want to take you guys through the same process I went through when I discovered it. So the first reply to this is, I'm next tomorrow, I've been dealing with this shit for 2 years. So immediately we're aware that this is planned, which I am on record is I do not like when people plan out like callouts. I think it's...
That's so inorganic.
Yeah. I don't like it. Never liked it. And it was made even more clear with... They made a tweet. Guess who's next to make a doc on Shizu tomorrow? Shizu has been very problematic within the Femboy VTube community for years. So again, don't like that. However, see down here we have the 6th element person doing the Google Docky meme. They have this like DM supposedly with Shizu, which I have no problem admitting it's probably with Shizu, where they're trying to claim that this message Shizu sends them is like a vague threat. And all the message says is, hey, don't know what your friends have been telling you or what they put you up to, but the damage they caused me is a lot more serious than they're letting on. I'm going to handle this directly because what they did wasn't just drama, it crossed real lines. I just want you to understand how serious this is and really ask yourself if you believe your friends didn't do anything creepy or seriously wrong to me. I really don't want to involve more people in this than there are already. They're trying to say this is a vague threat. I have no idea what the fuck they're talking about.
It doesn't really sound all that much like a threat, but...
Yeah, like I have no idea what they mean. And then under their tweet, we see another person, Honey. So, don't mean to drag you into this, Royan, but yeah. Honey is the rebrand of Demi VT, who is a fucking nut job.
Damn it! Well, he hasn't talked to me anyway, I don't care.
Yeah. So Honey shows up in this a couple times. I don't think he uses
Sumi stuff either.
Honey posted a tweet that tried to make it sound like nice and just supportive and innocent, but they're under other people's tweets posting shit. So, like, they're clearly trying to start shit as well. They're a rebrand of a Femboy VTuber called Demi VT, who is an absolute nut job, and I will stand on that hill.
No, you can. It's fine.
And then you go through this 6th Elements person's Twitter, and it's just nothing but, like, the Shizu thing. Retweets, posts, constantly. It's all they're doing.
About the drama.
Yeah. Everything is a mention of the Shizu thing. And then you see that they also retweet this Peppermint Pimp a couple times. Who, again, their whole thing is just this Peppermint Pimp.
Oh my god! Wait, I freaking know. Wait, Petite Neat, what?
And their Twitter is also exclusively just the Shizu thing, over and over and over again.
Oh, good. They're not attached to Sumi anymore.
So here's kind of my issue when I saw these documents, right? Is we have this one that gets released. I'm like, okay, I'll take my time and read it. But then I noticed that it's organized, which I don't like. Then I noticed that some of the people involved in it are either Honey, who's a nut job, 6th Element, who is clearly obsessed for some reason, or Peppermint Pimp, who is also clearly obsessed for some reason. And it doesn't look good at all. Like, just off the bat, nothing they're doing looks good. And I will spoil a little bit ahead of time. I don't think Shizu looks good either. I think Shizu looks like shit. But they're not helping. Also, are simulcasting anywhere else? I am simulcasting on YouTube and Twitch, as well as Kick. I wanted to pull it up. Yeah, so here we have this person who I think is just it's just their not safe for work account, where they say I'm the first plane, and then they retweet Callum and they say second plane. They're referencing the Twin Towers.
Oh my god.
Because that's very
I love
because that's definitely one of those things that you can't bring up as part of your call out doc.
But yeah, their first plane is just them getting in like this public spat with Shizu. So like it's not really like a plane.
I'm waiting for a bunch of people to say graduation imminent or something like that.
If this is the first plane, it's the one that went for the Pentagon.
Is that the order that happened in?
Sorry, what was that?
Is that the order that it happened in?
No, that's not the order it happened in, I don't think. But I'm saying, if this is one of the planes, it's the one that went for the Pentagon. Literally not registered anywhere.
Yeah, because like, didn't they try to cover that up when that happened? Anyways, rabbit hole.
That's a rabbit hole for a different day.
We'll let you get in that one. But here, really quick, because people are asking, I'll drop my YouTube link in the chat, and Restream should send it to every website.
Look, we're just trying to look. Most Zoomers were way too young in the 2000s. Actually, no. Basically, functionally, all Zoomers were too young in the 2000s to have experienced 9/11, and we're just trying to embrace 2000s nostalgia.
But yeah, chat. That is ultimately like my main complaint at the start. Is it all looks bad. But we're gonna actually go into the document and see like what's so bad about it. And again, not helping their case. Very first thing they have on here is guilt tripping. Tilde guilt tripping and patterns of manipulative behavior. This just sounds stupid on its face. I'm like, okay, whatever, man. Do you have something like legit?
Like a lot of people, it's very easy to accuse somebody of being manipulative.
Yeah.
That's also something that I'm pretty sure manipulators do. So, you know.
Well, I've talked about this before, but regardless of what people want to believe, every person is always manipulating everyone around them, even if they're not like cognizant of it. Because like when you're sad and you talk to somebody, you want to convey to them that you're sad and that they should feel bad for you. You're not like maliciously trying to manipulate them, but the same tactics are like at play.
Yeah. No, that's one of those things that I had to become very self-aware of the fact that I kind of subconsciously did that for the longest time as a kid.
Yeah.
I had to become aware of that. Like it takes a long time too to get used to like the fact, like, you know, to actually catch it when it happens.
Yeah.
Normally it's just what you do.
Welcome to the puddle, Mr. Maximo. But yeah, my issue is when people like say stuff like guilt tripping or manipulation. Yeah, it could be manipulation, or it could be just normal behavior that you don't like. Because manipulation requires a long pattern of behavior. You can't just say, oh, well, they did this one thing, they're a manipulator now. Like, that's not...
Everybody's a manipulator. Welcome to living.
Yeah. But it starts, I ended a 2-year friendship with Shizu on May 6th, 2025, due to repeatedly disrespecting my boundaries, guilt tripping, and using previously resolved issues to manipulate my decision. This document provides my perspective, supported by evidence. Multiple other documents will follow this one from different creators. Again, don't like planned. Hate planned. If it's planned, it's creepy.
Like how long are we planning this for? A year? Like,
there's never any telling.
Like, what is this, a heist? Is this part of like some grand conspiracy to destroy this person's reputation forever?
That's what it comes off as.
Exactly. People are asking if it's cutting in and out. Here, one sec.
I'm not hearing anything on my end, just so you know.
You're not hearing any problems?
Oh, I have...
No. On my end, I'm hearing nothing.
Are you talking about just about your music on your side, or...?
Well, I do have
one mic, I think.
I can try anyways.
So what's getting cut off?
Right? Hopefully.
Apparently it's Mizu's mic. But I'm not hearing any issues. I haven't heard Mizu cut out once.
Yeah, Mizu's been fine on my side. It might be Twitch.
Okay, chat, how's this sound? Is it better for you guys?
Or worse than it might be Twitch, might be OBS. Ugh.
Oh, true.
Better, worse, in between.
Well, here, keep talking, Mizu. I'm listening to the stream.
I don't want to keep talking. I don't know, somebody already said better. Maybe it is.
Wah, 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 wah.
We are significantly louder than you.
You shouldn't be.
Like, we are both significantly louder than you. And I'm even sitting away from my mic.
Here, one sec.
I don't know how far I can get away from my mic where it doesn't. I'll put my mic way over here. Yeah, I put my mic way over here. I might be turned up because of when we played Repo.
My mic is always at 100%.
No, I meant from our side. Actually, let me check that.
Okay, there. How about that? Does that sound better?
Let me pull it up. Keep talking.
Why'd you close it if you were telling me to change things? I don't understand.
Because I don't like hear my own voice, but you're fine now.
Okay, it's fine. It's better.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even add in 30 seconds.
It should only be on Twitch.
It is.
Okay. Yeah, that's... Sorry for Twitch people.
Oh, I had the mod view up so I can keep chats and things.
I originally planned to keep this private and move on silently. However, after learning just how many people were affected similarly by Shizu over the past 2 years, I felt a responsibility to speak up. By making this public, I hope to help others feel less alone and more empowered to share their own experiences if they choose to do so, and also warn others of Shizu's tendencies. To maintain objectivity, my section will focus mainly on factual information and evidence, keeping emotional commentary to a minimum. You can never be fully objective. This is just something you have to own up to.
People who claim to be objective are freaking liars.
Yeah. So on April 18th, I shared my upcoming debut teaser on a private friend group server showcasing the decided date, 25th of May at 3 p.m. EST, along with my Twitch front page application. Later that same month, April 29th, I coordinated a timed merch release with my merch company, Kawa Entertainment. The goal was to ensure that the merch would launch on the day of my debut, 2 hours after the model reveal, to allow the model to be fully showcased live to prevent early leaks through the merch. Making sure that they don't have any, like...
And they really put a lot into that model reveal.
Yeah. I don't think this necessarily matters. We can just kind of take what they said for granted. It's like, okay, you worked to get a model release. Okay, don't care.
Yeah, like everyone else.
How is this relevant?
Because on May 6th, I saw Shizu had publicly announced his debut on May 25th at 2 p.m. Since we were friends, I reached out to him to ask for clarifications and to make sure we were on the same page. I wanted to find any possible way that we could turn the situation into something positive. So their 25th of May at 3 p.m. His 25th of May at 2 p.m. So he's mad because Shizu's is happening 1 hour before him.
Okay.
And they say...
Okay, that gives all the energy of, oh, we're wearing the same thing. One of us has to go home and change, and it's going to be you.
Okay, so here's the message he sent him. You debut your new model on the 25th of May. Shizu says yes. Calum says, I debut on the same day. Shizu says, oh, I didn't know. Calum says, it's okay, we can try our best. Just wanted to let you know in advance since they saw your Twitter post. Shizu said I would change mine if I could, but it's like impossible at this point. Calum says, I sadly already planned too many things around that date, so I can't move it. They say the planned things I mentioned here were collabs every single day after my debut, a time merch drop, and 10 promotional images and videos with the debut date and time that I'd already edited. They continue. Shizu says, what time is yours at? Calum says, what a dumb coincidence, lol, 3 p.m. Eastern. Shizu says, damn, I was going to say if it's later, I could just raid into you. Calum, maybe we could get in call and talk about how funny it is. Shizu says, maybe. Calum says, I am planning on streaming for an entire week after debut. Shizu says, oof. Calum says, I can absolutely advertise your stuff still. You are my friend, and I want you to succeed regardless. Shizu says, thanks, homie. It does suck we're both on the same day, though. I mean, I don't understand. Like, first off, I don't care either way. But second off,
this sounds like nothing right here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, like, second off, I don't understand why, like, one of you can't just, because you said you can't change the day, you could change the time.
Yeah.
Like if you push your shit back like an hour, he can raid into you or whatever, and then you can have a bigger debut.
Yeah, debuts don't take hours like mine did because
I'm sorry, realistically speaking, a debut stream is probably going to end up being kind of trash anyways.
Yeah. I mean, most of the Hollow Livers, I think, have like 30-minute debuts.
So much hype into debuts are stupid. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Because you're going to put so much hype into this one thing, and half the time, that hype is going to go nowhere.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I just think it's dumb.
Like, realistically speaking, or you're not going to be able to produce something that can genuinely actually make that hype worth it.
But they continue. Shizu says, I've been working on a tight schedule. My 1.80 debut is this month because I need to start pushing out new content as soon as I can. Caleb says, oh, same here. Shizu says, for the sake of just having something going on. Caleb says, I have videos and pictures already ready. Shizu says, I have a 2.0 debut on the 16th of June for my birthday. Caleb says, ooh. Shizu says, I'll have more stuff for the model by then and more stuff to show off in general. Hopefully have front page on that day, too. I understand they're just being objective, but, like, I don't, like, none of this matters.
Yeah, they're just... The only thing it seems like is, well, you don't plan for each other's streams. You're not really managers. You're just...
I'm sorry.
Two people inconvenienced in the same days. That's all it is.
Shizu says, question, are you sure you're not able to push your time forward by 2 hours or so? That would help. Otherwise, I might try moving mine back a few hours. Ideally, I just think it would be better if I can just raid into you after my debut instead of having overlap. Caleb says, I already agreed on a time for the merch release. Also, thank you, Nerdy Texan Accountant, for the 5 months. Much appreciated.
That's cool.
Already agreed on a time for the merch release, so they're already working and coding the base for that. That would be super sweet. She says, man, wish I knew. Kind of put a wrench in everything for me after all this time working and planning.
I have a question, actually.
Uh-huh.
I'm not massively familiar with these people. So what's like the general, like just the ballpark number for like what their numbers look like?
No idea.
No idea?
I will look into it.
Like if you're talking about like merch and stuff.
53,000 on this guy.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, but this sounds so petty. This sounds so petty.
The situation he's referencing here, you were one of the people originally helping me on it, is referring to last year when I was the original artist for Shizu's redesign. This is just a picture of him sending it. Due to personal reasons, I couldn't dedicate the time and energy needed to completely finish the model. We agreed on a partial friendship, and our friendship was strained for a few months. He's got him blocked when he's taking these pictures.
Yeah, that's funny.
I can understand that. Yes, that's fine with me. Would you like me to send you what I finished so you could use it as a reference for commissioning someone else? Shizu says, sure. Caleb says, 85 rendered full body, 30, 2 alterations, 15 each, 115 total for work done, 900 original commission price, 115 for work done, 785 refund. Based on the work that I already completed, I think that 785 refund would be appropriate. Does this sound fair? He says, homie, I only paid you half. Says, oh right, I can pay you 335. How does that sound fair? Jesus says, sound good. He could have taken you for a ride, and he chose not to. He could have been like, yeah, no, 785? Psst, sure.
Sign me up.
Wouldn't a real manipulator would have done that.
I wish he would have jumped to the message so we could see what all is in here. Says, I'm very sorry for how things turned out. I'm sorry you felt unloved and unimportant. Even though it was never my intention, I still made you feel that way with my actions, and that is something I'm 100% responsible for. You trusted me with some. For that, I am very sorry, and I hope that even though I'm not involved anymore, your re-debut goes wonderfully, and it can. Fucking sorry. Can't read anything in the middle there. That's just not gonna happen. Oh, wait, no, maybe they did have the rest of it. The stuff in the middle was, you trusted me with something big and it didn't turn out the way you expected. For that, I'm very sorry. and it can help you grow even more as a creator. Again, I'm very fucking sorry. Shizu says, it's okay, things happen, it's been stressful few months for both of us, and then he sends the files. I don't know, you say it put a strain on your friendship, but it doesn't look like he cares that much. He looks like he's pretty chill about it.
Like, I'm sorry, this doesn't even really feel like much of like... I'm really not for sure how much I'd really even say this feels like friends talking, honestly, as much as it's just like, casual,
Yeah.
I don't know. They don't come off as like ridiculously close to begin with, so I feel like, I wonder how much of like, you can call this like a friendship.
Yeah. In January of this year, 2025, we chatted a bit more, giving me the impression that we were in a better situation now that we were able to move on as friends and support each other on new endeavors. Ugh, I'm sorry, guys. I'm a little tired. I've been sleeping well all week. Ugh.
I think it shows... Oh, wait. Dude, that's a lot of... Okay, no, I think it shows the blocked messages, thing regardless.
No, it says hide on here, which means he has opened up the blocked messages. For those of you who don't use Discord blocking, if you block someone on Discord, it by default hides every single message they send. And when it's in a big chain like this, you can't choose to unhide individual ones. You can hide all 17 or unhide all 17. That is your only option.
There's no middle ground.
So there's no like hidden secret thing here. That's just how Discord works. Shizu says, Calum, sorry if I've been awkward at all. It's been a fucky year, lol. I'm here for you the best I can be if you need anything. Ugh. Lord. Sorry for any bad vibes or whatever. Been through hell the past year. I wasn't the best person, but I do really care about you. Sorry if I've been a bad friend. I hope your computer tablet stuff gets sorted soon. If I could help you, I would. Kissy face. Anything outside of money or whatever, like retweet things or collabs or whatever, if it helps, let me know. Calum says, aw, cutie, I understand. Things were weird. Lol, we were both doing our best, cutie. Don't blame you one bit. Shizu says, let me know if I can help in some way. By the way, I hate when femboys call each other cutie. Seems fucking weird.
It feels like projection.
That is for your significant other. I think really it's fucking weird when you're like, ah, cutie. It's like, shut the fuck up.
I bet it's weird.
Going back to the present on May 6th, I really don't understand like the point of this one at all, other than saying that he came back. Calum says, that's crazy, new boys. She just says, not gonna lie, pretty upset that our times overlap so much. Calum says, it does suck. She just says, raiding into you would be great. The fact you're so close to mine really sucks. Are we back on the fucking debut?
We are.
God. Okay, something? Time zones exist. When you're in similar time zones or even in like opposite time zones, you're gonna overlap.
Yeah. Because most people are going to choose to do it on the weekend, and most people are going to choose to do it like within their time zone.
You should never feel compelled to apologize because you can't raid somebody because your time zones don't overlap.
Yeah. Calum,
I agree. I agree. It sucks, but
yeah.
Sorry.
Calum says, I say don't worry about it. We had no idea and plan things separately. We can do our best to support each other. That's how I see it. Shizu says, well, you know why it's not good? Because of how close our communities and friends are. I don't plan to only be live for 1 hour, so that means any support we both get will be fractioned off, and I would assume you'd get the most of it since you're streaming for a week, which kind of leaves me a little bit screwed.
Wouldn't it
what?
Be the opposite? Wouldn't that be the opposite then? Because they realize, oh, she's only streaming for like an hour or two. Well, we're gonna watch them, and then when you're done, we're gonna hop into your thing. You're streaming for a week, right?
It says, yeah, it does suck. I already edited my teasers to match that time and organized with the merch company. It's unfortunate. Boop. I always hate, by the way, that this is a thing that you gotta, like, throw these.
Can't click on it.
Calum says, yeah, it does suck. I already edited my teasers. Shizu says, can you not change anything? Like, please, dude, I already publicly announced mine. I legit can't change my time. I'm already on a tight enough line for things as is, and I also have merch planned. It wouldn't be as big of an issue if you weren't streaming for a week straight, but the whole week straight thing feels like it's just going to royally screw me. By the way, I do want to say this, because I've seen other messages from Shizu chat. Shizu's kind of bipolar. We're gonna go with bipolar.
Oh, that's a nice way to put it.
Like, has a tendency to just, like neurotic, or like,
Whenever Shizu
It
gets
freaks out
upset
easy.
about something, this happens. And they just, like, spaghetti word vomit all over the place for no reason.
you just hear, whoop, whoop,
And-
whoop, whoop, whoop. Just constant.
Yeah. And from what I've seen, is it doesn't have to be, like, super damning or anything. If it's just, like, a small disagreement and Shizu gets upset, like, the smallest amount, they just go into, like, this weird neurotic, like, spamming. So I'm
My world is burning!
pretty much, yeah. So I'm kind of in a position with this where it's like, okay, you're kind of fucking cringe. Shizu says, unless I also just stream for a week, which I might do. Honestly, I might just do that instead. Actually, yeah, I'll also stream for a week. That works. I'll stream from Sunday to Saturday, then raid if you're still live. Like, he kind of spazzes.
Just goes full on. I will take the getting fired. I'm streaming this week.
Yeah.
Let's go!
They say, I was very lost at what to do or what to say. I wish to stay on good terms with Shizu, but this didn't feel like a healthy response to me. Thought about changing the debut date to stay on good terms with Shizu, but my best friend Felix insisted to not let myself get bullied by Shizu. I compromised to only move the hour debut, but not the day. I reached out to my merch company, who agreed to move the merch launch 2 hours later. Just them changing the merch launch. After his first paragraph, I informed Shizu that I agreed to move my debut time, hoping this would be the end of the problem. We could move on. I would still need to re-edit my teasers to match the new time accordingly.
This is what I like about being a small VTuber, by the way.
What?
All my content can suck and nobody cares.
Yeah. Calum, the merch people agreed. I can move my merch. Wait, this more stuff? Okay. Yeah, there's more stuff that happened, I guess. This is not about competition. I'm just really upset. When I first commissioned you for that model, I had to drop it because I felt like you were more focused on your own debut. I had to rush to find a new model maker, and that really hurt. Part of why we stopped talking for a while. Now you're back with another debut before I even had the one originally planning with you, and it's on the same day and almost the same hour. Can you see how that would upset me? You've had multiple debuts now, and I'm still struggling to get my first one out, and now I'm in a position where I have to push through a debut on the same day as someone who shares some viewer base with me and a bunch of mutual friends. You also asked if we could just do something together, but what if I don't want that? What if I want to have my own debut on my own terms without tying it to you? Especially after everything that happened before. Even if you didn't mean to, it feels like I got pushed aside again, like dirt rubbed in an old wound.
That's how you get tetanus,
Yeah.
True. It's sounding like so far, because she's the one that's mostly complaining about what day it is, right?
I think both of them are.
I'm gonna...
Both of them are, but Shizu is starting to dominate the conversation about it.
Like, regardless of the question of, like, who's the manipulator or anything like that here, I'm gonna be honest, this entire thing just feels like, God, this is what we're... Like,
This is what we're making docs about these days?
Yeah. Like, seriously, is everybody just so fundamentally incapable of taking an L on anything that we just have to drop the docs?
Yeah.
I think that's kind of what it's feeling like so far, where, both of them are like, they're, how do I explain it nicely and not be like completely mean about it?
Here's the way I'm going to put it. In the DMs themselves, Shizu is retarded. However,
Agreed.
The fact that Caleb released a doc over this is equally as retarded.
I was saying more so.
Keep in mind, and also keep in mind, a year. They planned this for a year.
God, this year. I was gonna say,
or something like that. I can't remember.
I was gonna say, because they are attempting to do this. One, they get the planning, but it's like, you're what? I'm guessing. Okay, they're 50K, so maybe they average at about 30 to 100 viewers, between 30 and 100 viewers, right?
Somebody in chat said he had like 120 CCV.
Okay, so if he's at like 100, let's average 100, right? Let's be courteous, right? in middle ball.
By the way, chat, am I allowed to brag that on YouTube right now I have 80 CCV? So and these people are like so much substantially bigger than me.
I was gonna say and this isn't like me like, haha, I'm a big streamer. I don't talk about. They are essentially still middle small streamers, right? They just can sustain a bit of streaming for their real life.
Yeah.
I find it funny because like you only have like 2K subscribers and you manage the numbers that you do, Mizu.
I thought this was normal until I started watching other people's streams.
No, it's like you see these people with like, like 10, 20, like 50K, and they're getting numbers like you. It's like, yeah, it's just crazy.
But yeah, chat. So I kind of always have this opinion, right? Is somebody like a friend of yours can like do something negative to you, and they are the bad guy. However, once you decide to like blow that up into a big public blowout, you're kind of the bad guy.
Yeah.
And that's not always true. I think sometimes there probably is like a valid reason to release stuff. But like this is just him being like neurotic. I don't necessarily think that's a valid reason. Mr. Monkey for 5. The Femboys have run out of semen and they resorted to devouring each other. Nature is terrifying like that.
That's just how the world works.
Yeah. So from what I'm seeing is because they're very much small streamers still, but just they can technically make money. They're at each other's throats naturally. It's seeming.
Yeah.
It reeks. Okay, you actually want to know what the biggest thing I'm finding here? Both of these reek of what's the word? Insecurity.
I thought you were gonna say semen.
Well, they probably reek of that too, but insecurity. Like they come off as so insecure about all of this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
look, I know
you can't share a debut date.
Yeah.
Look, I know they're femboys, but they're acting like women.
Somebody already made that one.
But to continue, Calum said the merch people agreed, can move my merch back, will push my stream to 5 p.m. instead of 3 p.m. Will not change the date or anything else about my debut. I am doing this because I want to be kind to you. Shizu says, do you get why I'm upset? It's not even about to be competitive thing. This is like your 3rd debut. Oh, I already did do that.
Yeah.
I will say that if Shizu is being manipulative, it's kind of so are you. With the, I'm doing this because I want to be kind. That's like when people get in a fight and they're like, I'm just going to be the bigger person and walk away. It's like, okay, well, by saying that, you're not being the bigger person. Because you want everybody to know that you're the bigger person so you can, like, leave on a high note.
Yeah, because you're not allowed to just let stuff lie where it is.
Yeah. Like, you're still actively trying to get the last word in while pretending you're not trying to get the last word in.
Wait, hold on. FTM trans femboy.
Yeah, so this is an opinion that kind of gets me ousted from the Twitter femboy community. But you cannot be a trans femboy.
Yeah, it's not real.
No, it doesn't make sense.
Oh, I get shit for this too.
You are either not trans or you're not a femboy. It's just how it works.
Yep, you're lying on one of the occasions.
I definitely think, especially the girls that are like, yeah, I'm trans man, but I'm a femboy, and then they just kind of dress like a tomboy. Like, nah, you're cheating. Like, that's just cheating. That ruins the whole point.
That's just called the reverse trap right there.
Yeah. Like, you're just cheating at that point.
No, yeah, they're. I think it's an internet clout thing. They're doing it exclusively for the clout, to throw as many tags on themselves as they can.
It's one of two things. The first is it's an internet clout thing. The second is you are so insecure with your ability to pass that you have to insist you're like a middle ground. Mr. Monkey, super chat for 5. The Femboys attack and accuse each other in hopes of driving off competition to increase the chances of them capturing the masturbator. We'll continue. Also, I need to shrink this so it doesn't take up a whole bunch of space. We're almost at the end of the document, by the way.
Oh my gosh.
But
He says,
Shizu wasn't happy. Trouble in paradise.
Wait, are we still just... Is this still just the same thing?
Ah, why are we keeping going on the same thing? God!
Wait, scroll up again. Scroll back down.
So the only part that's...
They're different. Yeah, it's everything past that debut done.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. It's still the same thing, though. Like, why didn't you just continue this screenshot or have this separate and then this separate? But instead, like, they have almost all of it, and then they have, like, the last 5 sentences here. The only thing that's added is, so, if even in this moment you don't really understand how wronged I feel and see it as a kindness, I've been trying my best to push through this stuff and try to be more friends with you again. Even now, I wasn't okay with you from before. We barely talked or anything, so I'm pretty close to how I felt about you when you ditched me, focusing on helping me for your own debut.
What's crazy to me about this, if I may?
I will say is he's kind of wrong for the art thing.
Yeah. I'm saying it looked like they were screenshotting this as they were...
Oh, you know, he was screenshotting as it was going.
Yeah, like with the new, you can see the new. Like that's crazy.
I'm just thinking to myself, every don't you have a casual conversation with your friend about how you feel like they might have done you're having a serious conversation, just screenshotting every single.
I screenshot every
post.
Conversation I have with Mizu.
Yeah.
Just so I can make fun of them later.
Yeah, you screenshot all of them just so that you can use it to make a questionably long Twitter doc.
No, I do it so I can say Mizu you're wrong about things.
Anyways,
it's like a different platform for this for once. I'm tired of seeing Google Docs.
How?
Can we get one of these in like an Excel spreadsheet or something?
So this is last month. This is about a month ago exactly. 2 hours extra and being forced to change my time after already saying it publicly doesn't really feel like much to me in the grand scheme of things. Still feels pretty bad overall. Like, I completely understand your point of view, but I don't even think you thought once about mine, especially with how you talked about how I'm acting. I don't think letting your merch debut 1 hour early before your actual debut would be that big of a deal. If you still think that you're the one being fair here, then I don't think I could ever be comfortable with you from here. I guess I got your answer from you unfollowing me. Well, take care then. I wish you were able to see the way you treat others, because I know I'm not the only one that feels hurt by you. He has definitely got the woman card.
Definitely.
Taking your femboy card, just granting you the straight up woman card. You are a catty bitch. Our debuts being scheduled at almost the same time and on the same day was a complete coincidence. It was unfortunate, but I had zero obligation to move or change anything. I had so much planned and confirmed already, including a timed merch drop and collabs with 6 other creators. Moving or changing anything could endanger my own debut. Still, I decided to move the scheduled start time of my debut to be kind. Despite this, I was met with nothing but hostility, entitlement, and emotional guilt tripping.
Oh my god!
Yeah. This kind of makes me like roll my eyes. I'm like,
that freaking! I decided to move my scheduled start time to be kind. Like, dude, get off your freaking high horse!
Also, I was met with nothing but hostility, entitlement, and emotional guilt tripping. This is one of those lines.
Emotional guilt tripping.
Yeah, well, this is one of those lines where it's like, let's assume it's true. I don't care. I genuinely could not care less. Do you have anything else? Like, it is such a nothing accusation, in my opinion.
Well, geez, you can't know what a person's intentions are.
Yeah. Well, and it's one of those accusations that it's like, okay, your friend sucks. Don't be friends with them anymore. What do you want me to do? Like, why are you telling us this?
Oh, Mizu, you need to buckle down and help us cancel them. That's your job. That's what they want.
Let's cancel both of them, yes.
Says, I did what Shizu asked for, and it still wasn't good enough. He wanted more. He also seemed to be fishing for an apology for an issue that was closed ages ago. To be fair, you never said it was close it, you just kind of dropped it. Following this, I blocked him on all social media. As a friend, he would always prioritize his feelings above mine, and I was exhausted from babysitting his emotions and walking on eggshells. Then don't be his friend. It's that simple. Shizu had already announced his debut publicly, and I had not yet done so. I was given advice by bigger creators to not have too much time between the first debut announcement and the actual debut date. I was waiting until the 2-week mark to announce it publicly. Now Shizu is planning to steal my idea and also stream for a week to compete with me, which he did end up doing.
What?
I don't care!
What?
That's not a clever idea!
At this point, I think in that she's being a catty bitch, but they're already a catty bitch.
What even is that? So is that confirmed? Like, is that legitimately what's happening? Or are
They
we just making,
stole my
just
idea and streamed all week too. I don't care. It's not that brilliant of an idea. Everyone fucking does it.
After my debut, I'm going to stream all week. Yeah, and then I'm gonna freaking burn out and not stream for 2 weeks after that.
Yeah.
Never heard that one before.
Now Shizu is planning to steal my idea and also stream for a week to compete with me, which he did end up doing, although he was not originally planning this at all. I'm not 100% sure why he did this, but I can only imagine it was for vindictive or competitive reasons. I was concerned that the public may see my whole debut event as copying Shizu, when in fact, the opposite was true. My best friend Felix suggested to state publicly that my plans have been confirmed for a while to cover my bases and make sure I could not be framed as copying Shizu. If you were already, like, planning a counterclaim against somebody who has not said anything before, you have issues yourself.
Why did you need to take this public?
With the given context, as well as Shizu's known history of vague tweeting, which will be showcased in upcoming documents from others, I don't care about vague tweets. I care about vague tweets in the sense that I think you're kind of a bitch if you do it, but you shouldn't care about somebody vague tweeting about you. Because that's the whole point. It's a vague tweet. Nobody knows who they're talking about.
Yeah, it's a vague tweet. It hasn't gone public yet. Like, seriously.
With the given context, as well as Shizu's known history of vague tweeting, Shizu seems to have taken jabs on Twitter and Twitch at the situation of not being able to finish his model. Notice how he emphasizes completing, delivering, and getting it done. Shizu says, huge thank to all the hardworking artists in the VTuber community who stay on top of their commissions consistently, pour insane effort into everything they do, and deliver everything on time. I am thankful we have people like you. Okay.
Oh, we got a Twitch clip here. But, okay.
For those who have seen my full ref sheet, and you know there's like a part missing, that will come later.
Is there no sound?
Whenever I have the rest of my model to show you, I'll show you the other half of the ref sheet.
Okay, I thought it was...
But
wait, you
hear it?
Chat. This
I hear it.
I don't hear it.
Like,
oh.
What do you mean you hear it?
I'm hearing it on the thing,
on stream?
Not on stream, no, on the Discord.
Need to play it again, because I your stream muted.
For those who have seen my
I can hear
ref
it.
sheet,
I can't hear it.
You know there's like a part missing. That will come later. Whenever I have the rest of my model to show you, I'll show you the other half of the ref sheet. But this person, chat, this person is like one of my best friends. They're really good at everything they do. They're very sweet. They're very, very hardworking, and they do everything they can. And I would not have anything that I have at all without them either. Like, my model, my design, and everything. Like, they got the job done. They got everything done. They did their best. Like, the full design wouldn't be what it is today without them. They're so freaking talented, chat. Very, very talented. Their name is Koyaroid. Cute little deer. Very, very amazing artist. They're super ambitious, have a lot of crazy skill, and you'll be seeing more of their stuff around here, by the way. Like, it's not just the ref sheet. You'll see a lot more of them doing stuff for me here and there. Like, they're gonna be helping me with a lot of stuff with the stream and the tavern and everything like that. It's like, there's gonna be a lot happening, okay? A whole lot. It's gonna be really, really good. Whenever I have more to show you from them, I will, okay? Yo, Sad.
Okay, I got my sound fixed before the end of that.
Okay.
I don't
There was
understand.
nothing but glazing that artist.
Yeah, I don't
That was
understand
nothing
what the
there.
problem
That
is.
was literally just him being like, okay, so my understanding is that Shizu got a model commission by, who's the other person? I'm horrible with names.
Kairoid or something?
Yeah.
Or do you mean the other person making the call out?
But the person that made the call out or
Callum,
something like that. They
Calum.
mentioned, yeah, Calum, whatever. They got a model. They requested work from them, and I guess they ended up doing some stuff. Then Shizu got all neurotic and decided I'm not gonna use it because it just doesn't feel right, and then decided to commission somebody else. And now
Yeah.
we're all complaining. Also, I'm gonna be honest, mid Femboy design.
I was actually going to say, I was going to ask Chat, because Chat said that he was trying to move away from the femboy thing. Was
It
this
doesn't
at that
feel femboy
time? Because I don't even think that qualifies as a femboy. That
It
is,
doesn't feel femboy.
yeah, it doesn't feel
It's not
femboy at all.
femboy.
It is generic anime protagonist.
Like
It really
yeah.
is.
It is literally
really is.
short hair
You could-
Kirito.
Yeah, you could
Well-
very easily say it's not a femboy.
That is a Genshin character.
Yes, that is a Genshin character.
No, it's not detailed enough for Genshin. And it needs to be brighter. Genshin,
And it needs to be whiter.
well, it needs to be brighter.
Oh, brighter. Okay.
Yeah, I get,
Because
it's,
even like the dark colored Genshin design
you're right,
use
Mizu,
very
it's a
like
Withering
bright
Waves
colors.
character design.
Don't you dare slander what Wuwa.
Sorry, it's a Tower of Fantasy.
I'm not gonna lie, I actually enjoyed Tower of Fantasy. I think it's better than Genshin.
It's a
Mizu,
Hero
it's a low bar.
Wars. It's a Hero Wars stolen asset design.
Yeah, no, I'm fair
It's
with
a,
that.
It's a Unity reflip.
That's his new model where he's trying to move away from femboy stuff.
Ah, okay.
That's what I was
not
gonna ask,
twink
because I was like, this is
I
not
can't even
femboy.
call it. I couldn't even say twink because, like I said, the second you add like fox boys and cat girl boys into it, it obliterates being able to be like a twink.
Tower
Right?
of Fantasy is MMO, not a gacha. Tower of Fantasy is gacha.
That's got
Wait. Okay.
It's
I'm
literally
curious
just
about your
Genshin.
thing. I'm curious about your thing there, like that statement, it disqualifies from twink, like.
Oh, okay. So
Me and
a lot of
Ryan had like a
time-
big debate over what qualifies as twink, femboy, and trap.
We even just it wasn't even like a debate. We agree on
It was a
it.
discussion.
Femboy and trap was the same thing.
No,
No,
Okay.
I'll get the chart out.
trap is in
I didn't make it.
trap. We believe comes from. It doesn't come from Astolfo, but Astolfo is the quintessential trap, and in order to be a trap, you need to have some intent behind fooling people.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so it all stems under cross-dressing. It goes cross-dressing, and then you have femboy, and then you have trap, which are two separate categories.
Okay.
Yeah.
And twink
Femboy is
typically doesn't
just-
cross-dress.
Femboy
It-
is
it-
someone who acknowledges they are male but wants to look female.
But they're not actively trying to trick you.
Yeah, they're not trying to be like, oh no, I'm totally a woman, guys. That's
if
trap.
they're- Yeah. A trap is will just not correct you
Yeah.
at all.
And then we believe
Twink is a body type.
Twink is just a body type, yeah. So like most
Okay.
femboys are twinks, but it's not like it's
Oh,
just
not all
because
twinks are
being a
femboy.
twink lends itself to being more feminine.
A good example is it's the square versus rectangle. All femboys tend to be twinks, but not all twinks are femboys, right?
Yeah.
Now I get that. But
Same
what's
as
this
trap
about,
and
like,
femboy.
what's this about the wolf thing? Or
Okay,
fox thing?
so they tend to lean into like slender characters, but not exclusively twinkish, right? A good example is, which everybody gets wrong, is Yo or there's Ko from Final Grand Blue. Everyone goes, "Oh, they're a femboy." I'm like, no. Well, first of all, they're 14, so they're just by default small. and they're all like the fox boy, cat boy race.
This is also how you
Femboys.
end up with the issue where a lot of people think that Shotas can qualify as femboys. While they can, most Shotas are just gonna look like thin and cute and a little bit girlish because they're meant to be like childish looking.
Well, yeah, because that's kind of how everybody looks when they're little.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing.
So like they technically can be femboys, but it's kind of iffy.
Yeah, there's a line. It's why I don't like when people use like fox boys and cat boys. It's like, oh, I'm a cat boy, femboy. I'm like, well, it doesn't work. It's kind of annoying because they're naturally built to be slender.
Yeah. But we'll read their closing argument. It's very
That's
important.
why the puddle here is great.
Closing, these issues that I bring to your attention may seem insignificant or petty. It may not seem worthy of a Google Doc. However, I'd like to remind you what I said in the beginning. Multiple other documents will follow this one from different creators. Many people have been affected similarly by Shizu, and others way worse ways. My main purpose for creating this document is to provide assisting evidence for those who come after me, as well as starting this off strongly so that smaller voices may also be heard and respected. I talked about this with some people. This is not strong.
There is nothing.
It's circumstantial at best, and that doesn't work in court.
Your opening
90
salvo pinged off the side of the ship. You did nothing, no damage. Like, the first thing I think of is in World of Warships when somebody shoots you and they miss. Like, no damage. It just shouts it. I'm like, okay, you showed that Shizu's kind of a woman. Alright.
I mean.
Alright, and since when did that get you banned from the VTubing community?
Yeah, there's a bunch of women in the VTubing community, chat. I don't understand the problem.
And like 80% of them are terrible! Anyways.
Women aren't real. Don't lie to me.
But yeah, no, that's the
Yeah.
entire first document.
Let the...
That's,
be quiet. Be quiet. Let them keep their fantasies.
No, they're all just men in disguise. That's what Reddit
But-
Twitter told me.
Shizu decides to
Don't tell them the
respond.
truth. I'm actually a 45-year-old man.
So I do want to show this first, and I think I can find the best place to do it, which I think is right here. And we're going to skip ahead just to this to show this. You can see it's kind of moved down a bit here now.
Oh, God! Are we doing this?
First off, we're doing this, yes. But you can see that it's moved down a bit.
I hate
Because he was,
these!
and you can see this is shorter than it is on this one. Because he's actively edited the document since releasing it.
I'm glad he caught them.
I've also seen a clip that he was actively editing it while Akko was talking about it. And you could see, like, Akko was talking about one thing, and in the background you could see his name pop up, and then a bunch of words start appearing. So he was actively editing it while it was being talked about. So, negative points for that one. But I'm going to use the original that came. I'm not going to
Okay,
use his
so-
updated one.
Plagiarism, my personal favorite thing.
Yeah, I don't really... I've kind of already seen it. I don't care.
Okay, you want to hear my my big opinion on how it doesn't matter. Like it doesn't matter. If you sit down and accuse somebody of plagiarism, there are so many things under the sun, so many things that exist. It is extremely difficult to not create something that has a few similarities to something else. That's just how things work.
Yeah. But we're gonna go through it. Teal deer, dishonesty, stolen trace art, fake friend, manipulation, and competitiveness. This is 26 pages, but you already saw that there are a lot of pictures and a lot of big empty spaces, so hopefully it won't be that long. When I first met Calum, I'm gonna call him Calum, by the way, because I don't like saying Callum. Things felt pretty chill and we had a solid friendship, at least until I tried to commission them for a model. I didn't know their full history in the art space or how other artists viewed them, but after dealing with them directly and seeing it firsthand, I can confidently say they trace and steal art from others pretty often. For anyone wondering why I didn't speak up sooner, it's because I genuinely hate Google Docs. I think they are the bane of the VTuber space. A lot of people I trusted told me it wouldn't be worth it, but others said speaking out could help protect people, and that mattered more. Let's be honest, you released this because they released a doc on you.
It doesn't matter.
Well, not that.
Part of the problem.
You released it because they released the doc on you. Let's not beat around the bush. You did it because they did it. My issues with Calum started the same way. A few of my problems with other Femboys did. I offered to help them. He never offered to help me. I'd like some problems, mister. Never approached me before. Calum's PC issues. Calum came to me about some issues they were dealing with, and like I do with anyone I consider a friend, I did my best to help. The voice recording below is them opening up about how bad they felt and how lost they were. My response is shown underneath. Do not post the voice recording? That's 2 minutes, by the way. These are all women. This is a woman thing to do.
2-minute long voice recording on Discord.
2-minute voice long. Absolute woman thing to do. And yes, I am calling you outrage.
Yeah. Wait, what's rage?
I'm so tired of working so hard, being alone, and having no results. I know I'm doing things wrong, and I just have to keep adapting and keep going, but god damn it, I'm tired. I'm just venting, I'll be okay. Says you want to talk about it in a call, and he sends him a 2-minute voice message.
That's very long.
Bro, if I offer to get in a call and talk things out with you, and you send me a Discord voice memo that's over 30 seconds, I'm not listening to it. I'm just telling you right now, we can get in a call and we can talk about your shit. I am not listening to your stupid Discord voice memos.
I'm sorry. When I see, like, you know, voicemails and stuff like that, I don't like listening to voicemails. I don't know what it is. I have this weird inability to just turn it on and feel comfortable listening. I can't, I don't know what it is.
It feels weird.
Yes, it feels weird. I would hate this rather than a call.
It feels voyeuristic.
Yes.
Shizu, listen, I completely understand how overwhelming things can be like this. Internet issues are probably not helping a lot. Unless you already know what the issue with it is, let me know and we can call. And try to figure out what's going on, because I do know networking a lot. I went to college for it. Other than that, whatever is wrong with your PC, if you had any funds available, that needs to get fixed ASAP first. Because you can't do anything if your computer is fucked. That is like a big priority. If you don't have funds, then maybe me and you can talk things out about me paying you a bit for the model now to help take care of the PC so you can focus on comms, which will help you get other things done better after that. You can take a breather and think about the other stuff. You can't attack everything at once. You need to take a breather and do one thing at a time. You're not alone. I'm here. Okay, sweet boyo.
Are they a thing?
The what?
Are they a thing? Just like what's with all this affectionate wording? I swear.
No, this is just what Femboy VTubers do, and it's weird and it's creepy, and I don't like it.
I don't get it.
I'm just sorry, clarifying, chat. That is actually very normal in this community.
Chat, do you know how me and Mizu communicate with each other?
I typically tell Roy he's gay.
And I call him a slur.
Yeah.
Like actual friends.
Yeah, real friends insult each other to their faces.
What if he speaks only through voice memos? Then I'm just gonna have ChatGPT make me a response every time. Atari, you don't count. Shut up.
You're literally an exception. I call you slurs too.
Calum says okay. Shizu says port on your computer is broken. That's easily replaceable with a PCI card. If you already tried that, then I can buy you the same board you already have, and you just swap things over to the new one and consider the money being payment towards the model and or design process. Can't really do that for streaming at all. You'll have to talk to your mother about getting an Ethernet connection and running a long cable to your room. As long as you promise to stay committed to the project with me, I don't mind. Calum says I will. valid. And then she just says, Calum, have you tried a PCI card for your Ethernet? Calum, model issues. After that, they got started on the design art for my new model fairly quickly. I already had a reference sheet. What I needed was for them to add some extra details to make it less simple. At first, everything was going fine, but things started falling apart after they debuted their own model. From that point on, they began ignoring most of what I asked for. It felt like they were rushing through the project just to finish it without actually listening to what I wanted. I kept having to ask for changes because it was clear they weren't paying attention.
Okay, can I just interject about something regarding what they said there?
Yep.
With the reference sheet thing. So, if you have a reference sheet and you do not do the simple ref sheet, get the money pulled together, get together with an actual with an artist, and get a reference sheet, like a proper full reference sheet made before you start anything on commissioning VTuber models.
Sure.
Both of my VTuber models have been made without a reference sheet.
I get that. My main issue is just like I'm pretty sure it tends to jack the prices up, and it's annoying.
It does, but it typically
does.
jacks the price up about as much as a proper reference sheet would, to be fair.
Unless you know where to look for one.
Fair.
Unless your friend's an artist.
Proper ref sheets also kind of help the artists as well, but that's kind of its own thing.
Well, you can make... I'm not going to get into that whole conversation about making that. That's an off-stream thing.
Yeah. The bigger issues started when we got on a call and Calum showed me how they were creating the design. They were taking pieces from the reference images I gave them, cropping or tracing over parts, and then blending those into the design. What came out of that was a very unbalanced character that didn't feel right to me at all. Started asking Calum if he could please draw things from scratch. After a while, he seemed to draw some parts that way, but it still felt like he wasn't really capturing what I was looking for. I tried to stay hopeful, assuming maybe it was just a rough stage in the design process, and that things would improve as it came together. Fortunately, that didn't happen. He came back later and told me that this was no longer just the design art, it was now the final model art. That honestly confused and frustrated me, because the pose and proportions didn't match what I needed, and even my rigger was frustrated and asked for changes. Below is where I asked for confirmation on whether this was really the model art, and he confirmed it. This K, I was just curious if this art is going to be the model or design when it's finished, and he says model. Below is the model, along with some parts that were either directly traced or copy-paste from the references I provided.
That is definitely a bit of an awkward pose.
An awkward pose. I see what he means. The head feels a little big, and the arms feel a little big for the torso.
Wait, hold up. Let's go back a second. I'm doing... Alright, thank you. I had to screenshot it for a second. It bothers
Too
me.
small of a boob window.
It bothers me as somebody who is learning to draw.
Yeah. What are
So
your,
I have to...
what's your problem with it?
Well, I'm measuring it. So generally the head and face, torso
right?
are about the same. No, about the same. My head, for example, my model is actually bigger. It's usually about the same. From your
Like
chest, not your shoulders. Not your shoulders.
The head. For the
It
chest,
depends on
it's
how your
about
design
two.
is. Because the thing is, you can have a head as big as the body, and it looks fine. Because that's where you get chibis from. But this one
is a
feels
normal
wrong.
So I'm measuring it out as we speak because it bothers me.
My problem is the design. I don't really like the design either. This feels
The
really
design's
bland.
really basic and simple. I can't I can't really.
If you told me this was a random NPC in a gacha, I would believe you. All you'd have to do is discolor the red pieces here into black, and it looks like a generic character design in any gacha game.
So
I'm pretty sure I've seen this guy in
their head is this big compared to their body. Sorry, this bothers me. Their head is way too small. I'm gonna put it in the secret stream chat.
Okay.
On the side chat there. That is how big their head is compared to their chest.
It will
and
not
shoulders.
let me see it.
Oh, I can DM it to you. I'll DM it to you. I'll DM it to you. Here you go. I mean, if you want to.
Yeah, I don't like this design, especially if this is the final model. Like, ugh.
The red line is the head length, and that, mind you, is.
I really don't like the feet, by the way.
Feet are stupid.
Well, because this could work on a better model, but these have absolutely nothing to do with any other part of the design.
It's kind of the thing. Like the design's really simple.
Well, it was just
the
the base starting point, right?
This is the model.
Oh,
I was curious if this art is going to be the model or design when it's finished, and he says model.
Yeah, no, I would like
This
that.
is the final model. This is what you're
just,
streaming with.
It's just that cute uvu afterwards. It kills me. It freaking kills me.
But sorry, but my art brain kicked in. The head is half the size of the torso.
But yeah, this is the finished model that he will be streaming with.
Let me grab an example. I'll grab him.
That is not the final model? What's the final model?
Well, we'll see. I guess we'll get to it.
No, there's nothing else. He says that's the final model.
No, then yeah, that's it.
Oh, God, we're sitting down here trying to make a plagiarism suit, the most generic looking anime NPC I've ever seen. Not ever seen. Not
It's
ever.
unfinished. That's the entire point. I don't know where you go from here.
Like, that's the thing. I don't know what you could add on at this point. You know what
Because
I
that's
mean?
the thing. This looks bad and generic, but it also looks finished.
Like, it doesn't look like there's some missing feature or anything like that.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
maybe
I
you
don't
could
know
add
what.
a jacket or something, but like, I don't even really know if that would even really add anything to it. You know?
I'm sorry, I'm still on this. If, for example, my head, it is a little bigger than
Stop
my
measuring
chest.
the head.
No, I can't. It bothers me.
It says eyes. Ask Kylum to redraw an eye that was made for me and incorporate it into the model. Instead of redrawing it, they just copy pasted it. Took several requests before they finally agreed to redraw it somewhat. 100% copy pasted. Flipped for the other eye.
Isn't that? I mean, okay. Okay, so there's a
normal.
question. There's a question for artists. Is it normal to just mirror the image
Yes.
Yes.
when you're doing a face?
There is not an artist alive that has not done it. Yes, some will redraw it, but if you're doing...
His accusation, I think, is that he stole this eye from another artist and then flipped it and then just slapped it on the face.
Nah, I think they says 100% copy pasted.
That eye, okay, I'm looking at that eye.
That's an
That eye
awkward
is
way
generic.
of putting that.
No,
That's
because
a
it
very
says
generic
designed
eye.
by
That's a
Kyrie
generic
VT. So I'm assuming he's claiming that they stole the eye from Kyrie, flipped it, copy pasted.
I mean, that not really.
No, I'm saying
It's-
I'm gonna go ahead and go
I
out on
know.
a limb and say this whole section is lame and gay.
There are only so many ways to draw eyes.
He
There's
says
like 3.
no problem. Also for the eyes, I'm assuming you're going to redo them towards the end, like in your own style, and to fix the shine. This is the part that kind of makes me sus, though, right? That he's actually physically telling him that he thinks it's copied. I want to see the reply to this.
I would like to see the reply as well, because I've got a
'Cause-
curious now.
This by itself, literally nothing. This, though, the fact that he's actually addressing it verbally with him, that adds more credence to it. Yeah, I saw the artist tweet, and the artist said like it was clearly not copying or traced or whatever. However, and that's kind of my opinion too, just looking at it. But then you get messages like this, and up here he claims that they had a voice call where he physically watched him do it. So it opens up questions. I need to see the other side of this conversation.
The design has an AI feel to it.
I can feel that.
Is an interesting statement, and that is a possibility, yeah.
Ears, you can see the ears were simply copy pasted and slightly warped. I don't see that.
I mean, that's a perspective
That's
thing, but even then, pointed ears. Congratulations, original idea.
Yeah.
Gold
Bro,
star.
I have pointed ears.
Gold
This is
star.
cope.
I do too. Freaking cope
I guess.
and seed.
I don't know. Wait.
Zoom it out a bit for me.
I can't move it around.
So I guess maybe the piercings or that.
Because he does have the piercing under it.
Those are not the same
But you
piercings. though.
can't see because it doesn't have. First off, it doesn't have the top piercing,
No, it's just the bottom.
and then you
yeah, it's
can't
just
see like
piercing.
any
It's
of
like
the
maybe-
inside of the ear. Like this is very
There's like no cartilage.
plain.
I was gonna say I can kind of make out some of it, but there's not. These are not the same ears remotely. And plus, a lot of ears are very similar. I don't think people
coping.
realize that.
Here you can
Yeah.
see that Caleb copied the bangs from my previous model and just covered over them. That was your previous model?
Bro, what a downgrade!
Actually, was the original model was better.
Like, seriously, what a downgrade. The first one was kind of downright cute and had some personality to it. This is just there.
I mean,
Oh,
it's the
wow.
same shape, but it's clearly not copied. You can see the bangs here are curled, where on here they're straight. And this just has like
Also-
more detail to it, and it's like fatter and poofier, whereas this is thinner.
Also, I just want to note again, typical bangs.
Yeah, like this is generic. If you're trying to like claim
Wait,
he
that's-
copied the shape, it's all bangs like for this kind of design are the same shape.
Yeah.
Like that's how you
Uh,
do. That's just how you do bangs. I'm sorry. Like they.
Oh, go ahead. I was just gonna say that.
You need
like,
to get
'cause I
closer
had him
to
in
your
call.
mic.
Oh, my apologies. Hold on.
You were like
That
so
better?
quiet. No.
Is that better? No. That's as close as I can get.
You need
I
to
think
like
you're
up your
fine.
gain or something.
My
You should
gain is
up
max.
Akko's gain.
For what it's worth, Akko,
I have Akko at
I have you at
200%.
200%.
Don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
What I was gonna say is when I had him on yesterday, he admitted that like in call, the artist like took the original bangs and then like just slapped it over and like did some shading differences.
Well, he says it.
Okay, but
saw a
proof?
lot of this firsthand over screen share.
Yeah, so like
That's what I'm
it's kind of in the
saying
middle.
is these images by themselves absolutely schizophrenic. The
agree.
problem for me is this specific picture, which confirms that he brought it up to the artist, in my opinion. Granted, he could have said this to anybody, but this was said at the start of 2024. So that would have had to be like a long ass time to plan this. You know what I mean? And the fact that he says like he saw it over screen share. Like this part opens up questions for me that I otherwise simply wouldn't have. You know what I mean?
Oh, he did say to me that he did ask for the eyes to be redrawn like 2 or 3 times.
Well, you know, he says that in here.
Yeah.
But that's what I mean, right? Like these pictures by themselves, in my opinion, are absolutely schizophrenic. But the fact that he has a picture of him asking the artist about it, and he claims he's seen it over screen share, to me that opens up questions I otherwise wouldn't have.
Oh, I agree.
And your questions are?
Such a downgrade still, I swear.
It is.
And also, even if this is the case, I'm gonna be honest. These parts are the least part of your model to be massively concerned about. I feel like.
Yeah.
I did want to ask, do you actually think, because his like huge thing is that he thinks that the artist copied his eye basically, when if you zoom in and actually like look at the comparison, all they did is really just like take the general shape of the iris and then just like draw over that. So like,
It doesn't look nearly as detailed, honestly.
well, I mean, like what I mean is like not the outer bit of the eye. I'm talking about.
Oh,
the
he's
iris
claiming the
shape
inside
itself.
of the eye.
Oh, the
Yeah,
iris?
the iris. Oh wait, were you guys
Iris.
not talking about that?
I
That's what
was talking about the general shape of the eye, and I was like, okay, yeah,
No,
it's
no.
a generic shape.
Well,
Yeah, the
even,
video I sent you shows that.
So even that iris.
Actually, no. Let me see if I can send you another one.
I was gonna say
It's
even.
perfectly realistic for a person to come to that conclusion.
Okay, I was also gonna say, if you're looking at that eye versus the iris that they're using example for, the bottom of the iris is cut off differently in the original, by the way. So I did have to do some drawing on it. Like I said, it's not an uncommon iris type,
I know.
especially. So it's like I don't even if they say, "Oh, the comedy," they probably said that I like this eye. People do that.
Dude, that's okay. Here's something. On my model, there's stuff like that.
Yeah,
You
mine
know?
has it too. Mine has when my design
Yeah, like
came
when
out.
you're just like, yeah, you have something that you've seen and you thought, oh, that's cool, and then you tell your artist, make it look like that.
Oh wait, did Kyrie actually say that it was copied?
Yes, that is what again, all they're saying is that it's the general shape of the iris. And I legitimately reached out to Ari to say, hey, Ari. And then I showed him this. I said, Ari, would you think that this is tracing? He's like, well, it's definitely copy pasted, but like, I really wouldn't give a shit.
Yeah, most wouldn't.
It's
Most
such a
artists
minor detail.
No one is gonna see that because, like I said, people see those irises all the time and be like, "Oh, this iris looks good. This iris is like this. I kind of like this."
How much money is being spent on this model, by the way?
It was
Like, what are you
$900.
talking about? It was like $850 or something.
Did you not see that earlier in Caleb's document? It was $900.
It was $900, yeah.
That's too much.
Did that include rigging?
No, because he mentions that
Highway
That was getting
robbery!
he
robbed.
mentions that the rigger had problems with the model and couldn't work with it.
Robbed.
Freaking thief.
Yeah, so here's my problem with this chat, right? This is kind of one of those things that, to a degree, bit of a nothing burger, I don't care. But when you start adding other context around it, it becomes a much bigger problem, right? Because, like, in a vacuum, this first one, absolutely schizophrenic. But he confronted the artist about it, said the artist confirmed it during screen share, and the person who drew the original eye says that it does look like it's been copy-pasted. So I'm kind of like...
after seeing the thing on there, I suppose I can say it definitely did look it, but...
Yeah. I do think that Callum addresses the eyes. He didn't address it in his document, and I'm only going over the documents.
Yeah, no, yeah. Like, the problem is I, like, really had to get down to brass tacks to figure out, like, the copying part, because it really doesn't feel, worded well. It's just, like, they didn't copy the eyes. They copied the iris of the eye. And, like, most
I mean, did he
people
change the wording of it in the new one?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Redraw an eye design that was made for me and incorporate it into the model. Instead of redrawing it, he copy-pasted it. Took several... It doesn't look like he really changed the wording of it, so he didn't make it any clearer.
Because, like, me and Ava were, like, a little confused. Just like, bro, the eyes are not copied.
This isn't Callum's document? No, this isn't Callum's document. This is Shizu's document.
Yeah. I do think that Callum probably likes to cut corners based off of what I've seen.
Yeah. No,
Although,
I can
but
believe
here's-
it, because he couldn't even, like, finish the model, even though he was, like,
Yeah.
paid half up front. Like, you can't do that. And also, we were talking about this. Because you talked to him, did he explain more about this? Because when we, all three of us are kind of, or all two of us were like,
Is this
This
the
just looks
basic
shit.
design, or is this the complete model?
this just
Like,
doesn't look
that.
good.
Unfortunately, I did not ask what that was.
Okay.
I was more focused on just getting his side on like I asked him, like, where did you write down the details for this? Because whenever you get a commission, obviously you're going to have a record of it somewhere. And he told me, oh, it's all in this voice call, basically. And he had written down some details spread out, but all of the commission for this model was talked through a voice call that was not recorded and has no record anywhere of.
Okay. That is a terrible decision.
I told him
Are you serious?
I told him, I was
Voice
like,
call.
why the fuck would you not record your phone call when you are because, like, I understand if it's a phone call between friends and you're not involving business. This motherfucker paid $900 for this model, and he did not have a detailed list of notes for what the model was going to be. Like, he sent me here. Let me see if I can send you the picture. One of the pictures that he sent me as, like, a note for this. But he did not, like, have a complete list of notes. So in my head, I'm just like, no wonder this model didn't come out right, because it was in a phone call.
Dude, notes, pictures, references. Like, seriously. Maybe even a little bit of background to help give the artist a little more to jump off if you don't really know other stuff, you know?
Anyways, I do need to...
I don't know how...
Do you need to keep
I don't know how
continuing
you're
so we're
supposed
not
to
here all
design
night?
something based on a phone call. Ah!
Yes, my apologies. You can continue going. I'll
Sorry.
try and find that picture.
Said I
but,
saw a
like,
lot of
he didn't
first-hand
go for
over
it.
screen share, and I was really unhappy with the process, especially after realizing how lazily everything was being thrown together as the final model art. After a while, I got really frustrated with how poorly things were going, especially with how slow progress had become, since they were focusing more on their own debut, so I decided to cancel the commission and request a partial refund, which you can see below. Not going to lie, I'm a bit, like, not happy with how things are going. There's so many things I'm just not really happy with, and I've been mainly, like, trying to overlook a few things. When we first started this art specifically, it was supposed to be the design first, then I was supposed to pay you again for starting the model, because when it came to the pose and stuff, at first, it was like, whatever, because it was just the design. But after your stuff sorted and came back to it, I asked what was going on, and you said this was the model now. But it feels a good bit off for it being the model. Like, even my rigger asked why it's at an angle and doesn't want to rig it till it's full front view. And I tried to explain the best I could, but between you being busy and trying to focus on your things, and me trying to explain what I want during the time you would work on it, it just felt like it really wasn't in the right direction. Like, all of the stuff I've been sending you might seem like a light for changes on the model, but for the first part. Might seem like a light for changes on the model, but for the first part. I don't know what the fuck that means.
A lot. Might seem like a lot of changes on the model.
Maybe.
Okay.
It was supposed to
That's
just be a
amazing.
design, and now I'm having to work around the idea of it being the model. So it just feels like a hot mess. Plus, there are some things I really wanted you to draw from scratch using what I gave you as reference only, but it looks copy-pasted, and it's just feeling like unloved, I guess. This project is really important to me, and I understand that you are focused on your stream and content now. Do you think we could just stop here and you refund me minus some of the work you've done so far? Gives him a thumbs up, and he says, I can understand that. Yes, that is fine with me. Would you like to send me what I finished so you can use it as a reference for commissioning someone else? So this is the only part, these two are the only parts I think we got from Callum. I don't think we got all of this.
Okay, so
You can see, like, I said, over to one thing I noticed about Shizu is he likes to say a lot, and if you don't reply very promptly, he will add more until you do reply.
No, we talked about this. He comes off as very neurotic and woman-like.
He does, even though I'm pretty sure he's actually a natal man, and Callum is the F to M.
Cringe.
Pretty sure.
But yeah, no, he's very neurotic and very spammy when he
F
talks.
to M Femboy sounds like a freaking paradox.
The first thing we said through the first document was that this is basically like an extended woman moment.
It is. It definitely is. And
Both of them are freaking woman moments.
according to my source, this is like the lowest on the totem pole of Google Docs, and they're just going to get better and better and better as we go.
Oh, I am enjoying this so far. This has just been a ride. Just,
Well, if you guys don't mind to continue chatting for a minute, I really have to go pee.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
okay,
Me
have
too.
fun.
I'll be right back, chat.
How is the
I'm
lolly
pissed.
and the gator doing?
I'm dying on the inside.
I know that feeling.
I'm dying on the outside. Life is wonderful, isn't it?
Akko, my your girlfriend, what does that make you?
Huh?
Since Twitter still thinks I'm dating you.
Who is thinking it this time?
Oh, no one. I just have yet to ever correct
fair enough.
anybody.
I mean, like, that would be the most ideal, I think, in order to make people confused, I guess. Are we there
You
yet?
guys a couple
Absolutely not. Huh?
You guys a couple now?
No, God, no.
Absolutely not.
Not because I don't like Akko. It's one, I'm taken by somebody else, and two, it's a good bit, and I'm so happy that it caught
Well,
somebody.
are you telling me you wouldn't cheat on your significant other for Akko? Come on. Awful
Listen.
friend.
I wouldn't cheat on
Terrible
anybody.
Worst friend.
I wouldn't cheat on anybody.
Even
What
though
people
it
want.
would be funny,
One
would be
night
funny.
stands with their homies.
but that would
What?
be some weird
People-
reverse NTR.
What, people don't... What, I didn't lie on internet?
Come
Am I
on,
doing your
guys, come on.
No, I watched the last 3 episodes of season 2 of Better Call Saul tonight. Ava was supposed to be busy, so I was planning on joining at the beginning. But then she's like, actually both of us were like, hey, maybe we can get 1 episode in. And then she's like, oh my gosh, this the finale is going to be so amazing. I'll just apologize for being late to my thing. I was like, okay.
Akko, would
Wow,
you like to
Akko.
do your dailies in Final
Wow.
Fantasy?
Sorry, what, Roy?
I'm doing my dailies in Final Fantasy.
Oh.
Would you like to join?
I'm just here, vibing.
Just picked up Genshin again, and I promised I would play
Stop.
a little bit.
Close it now. Stop. Right now. You heathen. Play
Hey,
good gotcha
hey,
slop at least.
Let me find some Chinese propaganda songs.
I just realized my AC in my house turned off again because it does at 11 because I have my AC turns off at 11 and turns on at 10 in the morning because I'm usually working overnight, so I don't have to remember to do it when I wake up. And I just feel it's getting hotter in here by the moment. I should probably go turn that on.
Oh yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go turn down my AC so that it keeps it down to 83.
Yeah, that way I don't miss any of the Google Docky. I can't. stand
I'm back.
it. Well, good, because I need to go turn my AC on. Use back.
So, 'cause
and
I
use
can-
the idle room myself.
Okay, you go do your thing then. Because I see chat mentioning it, so I'll remind Akko, because Akko is busy. First off, I don't like that these are planned. I think I told you that.
Oh, I agree.
I think that's
You
cringe
told
as
me
fuck.
that? Oh no, I agree. I told my source that I think the fact that they are just planning this to come out really makes it look weaker. I think a lot of people are going. Here's my prediction. These people are going to put these out. It does. These people are going to put these all out, and because all of them are very limited in their viewer base, nobody's going to pay attention to these, and everybody's going to move along their day, and Shizu's going to walk away scot-free. I've half been tempted to just go to Shizu and say, hey, motherfucker, shut your fucking mouth, and just watch this pass by you. I've legit been tempted to just say that to him.
Well, because I told it to our mutual friend who thought that this was going to be a big thing as well, but who didn't actually know the deeper context of what was going on. So like they were a passive observer like us, but they thought it was going to be a big thing. And I told them outright, is like, I can tell you right now, it's already too late for it to be a big thing.
No, I agree.
Because first off, your opening salvo has to be very, very strong. Their opening salvo was super weak, but they seem to think it was strong. Because Callum even mentions at the start of his documents, like, we're starting off strong with mine. Like, no, you're not.
No.
Yours is
Yeah,
weak as shit. There's nothing here. Absolute nothing, Burger. You have to start with the hard-hitting stuff. You did not do that. Second
Yeah,
A
thing...
lot of accusations. That's for sure.
Second thing, you're hyping it up by all of you constantly mentioning that it's planned. That looks horrendous. Like, it doesn't matter. It would look a little bit better if they said something like, I'm getting all my thoughts together and I'll be releasing my own story tomorrow. That looks fine to the average person. To me, that tells me that you're just kind of hopping on the train. But to the average person, that looks fine. But instead, you got up and you said, this is planned, I'm releasing mine tomorrow, and then somebody's releasing theirs the day after. Like, okay, now you just look like shitty people. And then the other thing I mentioned was the first 2 people, Callum and Moxy, kind of look fine in the sense that they're not like, at least to my knowledge, they don't have any outward controversy, right?
Mm-hmm.
But everybody piling on behind them is an absolute spastic nut job. And so you go to these threads and you see Callum, Moxy, Shizu. Then you see 200 posts from Peppermint Pimp. You see another 200 posts from this Sixth Element person. Then you see Honey spamming messages, who people know as Demi VT, who is also a fucking nut job. And it's like, that's all people see from your document. They see you 3 looking malicious, in my opinion. And then they see those 3 acting like absolute spastic crazies. Why do you think this is going to go your way?
No, I told my my contact, I was like, listen, if this is what you're leading off with, everybody's going to forget about this by the time it gets down to your quote unquote hard hitting stuff. Because I was told that the hard hitting stuff hasn't actually happened yet. I was told that the weakest person was put out in front, and then the second weakest person is happening the next day. So
you know what the
oh, go ahead. No,
you know how they should have done this? You know they should have done this?
all at once and in one Google Doc.
One doc! Yes!
Yeah.
One singular doc so that all the drama channels don't have to go hunting for everything.
No, yeah, like I told them, I was like, this is not going to go the way you think it is, and I just have to laugh a little bit because I was like, this is going exactly the way that I thought it was going to. Like last night after I read Callum's doc, I was just sitting here like, this is a pile of shit, and I think this is great because I asked my contact, I was like, is this guy a predator? This guy do anything? He's like, no, none of that stuff. I was like,
no, he's just a jerk.
I was like, okay.
Okay, then you block.
We arresting jerks now?
Then what the fuck?
We taking jerks to the gulag now?
So this was something I also learned from my contact. In one of the reasons they actually changed their mind about this being a big deal was that several of the people involved in this call out are mods for Line Chew, who we talked about.
Oh, you know what? You bring up a very good point.
And he immediately was like, I'm not sure that any of these people are gonna, like, be able to handle themselves in such a way to not fuck it up.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, that's just already, like, one half of your people look bad by nature of how they're handling this, and the other half of your people were already spastic crazies, and they're just being worse spastic crazies over this. Like, if it had stopped with the Callum doc, the least I could have said was, he's a neurotic crazy, and you're kind of a dick for, like, posting his neurotic craziness to a Google Doc.
Yeah.
But now I'm like, okay, now all of you are malicious, and he's, like, having an extended woman moment that's not gonna stop.
Imagine being a woman.
But
Imagine.
if Rowan's back, I'm gonna continue reading.
Thank you, I'm back. Hi.
Design issues. After everything, I was really upset and didn't want to talk to them for a while. I'd spent so much time and money trying to make this project work, only for it to end in disappointment and a broken promise. It felt like they cared more about their own success than following through on what we agreed to. And I know for a fact that I'm not the only one who's had commission issues with Calum. After that, months went by before I started talking to them again. They apologized, and I forgave them to a degree. My trust was still broken, and I knew it would take time to heal. I know this next part might be meaningless to some, but I want to share it so people can understand why I was so guarded during the debut situation. I want to make it clear that I normally wouldn't bring up design issues like this with someone. Calum was a very specific case where I simply didn't trust them. After a while, things being chill between Calum and me, I thought everything was going well, and I had just posted my reference sheet for my new design and was really excited. Then I noticed Calum was working on a new model for one of their close friends, and the first thing that caught my attention was the eyes. I was really upset when they copied the eye design and colors from my new design I had just posted, but didn't have the model for yet. Some might say it's petty to be bothered by this, but you have to understand that I had spent time in a call with them, watching them casually one-to-one copy elements from other references. Seeing them take from my new design felt like a slap in the face, especially after they never properly followed through on the original commission I gave them. At first I thought it might be overreacting, so I talked it over with some artist friends. They agreed it wasn't just similar, it was practically the same design and colors, just more saturated.
Okay.
I don't...
I really don't see it, honestly.
I'm not following.
Everybody's a VTuber, so
This is what I mean, chat. Like, they could have had, like, an easy W with this, because some of this comes off as, like, super schizophrenic. But at the same time, we have the message to Calum, like, you copied shit, and I didn't like that. So, it puts me in a weird position. Where I think...
Why are you so focused on the eyes?
I don't know. Because it's easy to
You know
steal
what
without
Eyes are
people
the window
noticing.
to the soul.
I think the thing with eyes is it's easy for if an artist were to steal them, it is an easy thing for them to steal and for people to look over unless you have a very striking design, right? Like if I was making a model, if I made 100 models, I could probably copy and paste the eyes on every single one of them, and it would take forever for somebody to notice. Somebody might not even notice until somebody calls me out for something else. Again, what upset me most was that someone like Calum, who had already broken my trust, was now taking elements from a design that my artist and I had put so much time and effort into creating. I did reach out to Calum to ask about this. I know this is a weird thing to say, but they look very similar to my new eyes, mainly the way it's colored. Purple on top with the red on bottom, the little orange at the bottom in the same place as mine. There's so many things similar, it's hard to say it's a coincidence. Calum says, "Hi Shizu, this wasn't a purposeful choice. Do you not have autocorrect on your computer?"
Yeah, I think that was intentional for them to try and be silly, and that's when I decided I hate femboys, minus Mizu.
Wow.
And Roy, excuse me. I forgot
Wow.
that you weren't I forgot for a moment because you say you're a crossdresser, so I don't look
No,
at
I'm
you
not a
as a
femboy.
femboy.
I'm not.
You know what? You know what? I'll be the villain here. I hate femboys.
I hate femboy culture.
Yeah. I just say purposeful. Especially, look, I had this conversation with a VTuber once, I will not say who, but they kept up the gimmick shit in my DMs one time when I was trying to talk to them. And at one point, I just laid it out to them flat. I was like, look, if you're gonna work with people, you have to drop the cutesy ooh-woo speak in business conversations.
Absolutely.
Because I cannot tolerate this shit.
I have a person that does that.
There
and
is a time, place, occasion.
It was literally hours of conversation with them and me trying to decipher their mix of ooh-woo, lead speak, whatever the fuck they had going on. And I just told them straight out, in private conversations like this, with not your fans, you're gonna need to talk like a normal fucking person. Same thing with this. Keep your funny little memes to your account where you're talking with your fans. Not with me. I don't want to hear that shit. I'm trying to have a normal fucking conversation. These are the reference I used for the eyes. I wanted something similar color-wise to Iron Mouse, but less saturated like the one on top. Color theory-wise, it was the smartest choice to do. Probably your artist had a similar thought process.
Can I just say I hate color theory, and whenever somebody brings it up, it makes me kind of upset.
Okay, wait.
I know the argument, I get it, but whenever I hear somebody bring it up, it upsets me.
Color theory is really autistic. I'm gonna be honest.
It's a very real thing.
I know it's a real thing.
I know, but
people that use it piss me off.
Royan,
use it.
Royan, you need to understand they're both women.
it's the people
That's
that
true.
freak out. It's the people that freak out about it is more so what I'm talking about. You know?
No, someone that understands color theory isn't trying.
Like
it. They're not over here policing people about it.
I know there are colors that naturally just look better next to each other.
No, yeah, it's a thing. Okay. How to explain this without insulting everyone's VTuber designs? The amount of people that have designs like that, where they have overly clashing, no, not even clashing colors, all their colors are muddied together, is absolutely frustrating. It's why your model sucks, by the way, if all your stuff blends together too much.
I think it depends.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
There is
actually.
a reason why, Akko, no offense to you, I do prefer your base model over your clown model. Not because I don't like clowns, it's the color thing.
Oh, you don't like the colors?
No, because your base model, the white on your shirt, actually contrasts enough with your overall outfit where it's not kind of like too dark or something.
Oh, I know. I did that on purpose.
I know, and that's why I said I know. You're weird, and a woman.
Did I show you the new outfit, by the way?
We're not going to talk about that. I have a document to get through. We're not even
I'm
halfway
sorry.
through.
You're getting my autism rising.
Stop talking about your autism.
Here, I'll send it to you.
Stop
Ryan.
being
Let's
autistic.
continue this.
Never.
After this, they agreed to change the eye color of it so they weren't as similar, which they didn't have to, but I was very appreciative that they did. This section of the document will now address the one created by Calum. I want to start by saying that I've been working on this debut for a very long time. I ran polls on my Twitter. Some of you might remember them before I deleted them. And also posted polls in my Discord, which I'll show below. From the beginning, I struggled to get a model made, and Calum was actually the first person I went to for it. It took nearly a year to finally reach a point where I could have a model ready for myself. Just so you know, that's not really that long of a turnaround time when it comes to models. Granted, artists are getting better at doing them quicker, but for the longest time, it was actually pretty normal that you waited a year for a model. The process dragged on due to complications involving the artist, the rigger, and my own health issues. I had been openly discussing my debut with my community since the beginning of April, regularly mentioning potential dates throughout the month, while working closely with my rigger to make sure something could be ready in time. Also talked about my upcoming debut a lot. To a lot of people who rated me, including Calum, who rated me during a stream in April where I was actively talking about it. I did everything I could to plan around others and be respectful of existing schedules before finalizing anything. I actively checked to make sure no one else had a debut planned for the same day. Once I was confident, I officially announced my debut, posting the tweet on May 6th. This is one of those things from both of you that I do not care. I don't care. You shouldn't have cared either. It's a fucking debut.
Just take the L.
Yeah, honestly, they should have just said, fuck it, who cares?
Just take the L. Okay, I guess.
I'm of the opinion that both sides are equally as retarded when it comes to this.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, they're both having woman moments.
No, they're both stupid.
Rewind a bit to April 30th. Calum messaged me asking for advice on debuting my new model. And Calum says, Shizu, do you have any advice advertising debut stuff? I already have a teaser for a few weeks in advance and 24 hours in advance. I tried to get a front page, but it didn't work out, so I'm trying to think of other ways to make it work. She says, hey, I also didn't manage to get to the front page for my debut either, but I will get one in June. So hoping that works out better. But as for the debut stuff, the best I can tell you is you follow what a lot of other people do when showing off their model on Twitter. Twitter isn't a huge thing for traction to your actual channel a lot of the time, unless you're a decent sized creator, but it does help. Like I get a debut video made similar to, and they link somebody. People love stuff like this. Other than that, just make sure people are completely aware that you're debuting soon. Like outside perspective kind of thing. Sometimes people will be setting up for their debut and feel like they mentioned it enough, but end up having a lot of people not see it or know about it. Like me, for example. I feel like I talked about it all the time on my stream and mentioned it in my Discord a bit and on my Twitter, but a lot of people came to my stream and were surprised that I was even rebranding. Make sure you slap the debut stuff in as many places as you can without being annoying. Pet peeve that I haven't mentioned yet. I fucking hate people that do like these short one-sentence replies on Discord. Just type out a fucking message.
I'm sorry.
I do that to you all the time.
I do it too.
I hate it. Type out a message.
I'm sorry.
Because I know it
it's just
upsets you now.
I will block you.
You shouldn't have given me this power, Mizu.
I will block you.
Let me go look at my yep, that me and Mizu literally one word. You one word me though, Mizu.
I'm not saying one word. I'm saying people that like spam a billion messages.
Oh, yeah, no. Okay.
And instead of typing one long message, they're like sentence enter, sentence enter, sentence enter, sentence enter. Like no, just
I'm not that
type
bad.
a paragraph.
I'll type word enter sometimes.
So like Twitter post, Twitter name, KalenVT, debut April 1st, Discord, YouTube Shorts, YouTube community, Don't be afraid to ask your friends for support, seeing if any of them would be down to raid you, like I will if I can for sure. Better to ask them to leave it up. It's better to ask than to leave it up to assumption that they know you're debuting and hope they support you. But of course, only ask friends that you feel comfortable asking for such. He says they never responded. The next message I got from them came right after I posted my debut date on Twitter. They immediately reached out about it, which many of you have probably already seen, but there were parts of the conversation they conveniently left out. You can see below where I last messaged them with debut advice and where they later responded not to continue the conversation, but to comment on my debut date. Yep, that was the end of that. And then here's where their conversation pops in. I will say, and again, I say this, chat, with the full knowledge that I think this is petty woman shit, and I don't care. However, it does take some brass balls to, like, whine to your friend and get all this, like, advice about trying to debut, only for your very next message to them being, how dare you debut on the same day as me. I'm just... It's petty, and you're both retarded women, and I don't care about any of this stuff happening. But yeah, no, you're kind of a bitch for, like, getting all that help from them, and then immediately being like, hey, so, you know, you're kind of, you know, stepping on my style. That's my day.
No, I agree. I agree that Callum is definitely really crazy.
Nobody owes you a successful debut.
Also,
Yeah, sure.
Tanner for 5CAD. Hey Mizu, this stream is giving me ideas for a new AI tune. Posted it in the Lumi AI for you for your later consumption.
Oh,
I will
boy.
definitely check that out later.
I did want to ask and reconfirm. What was it? Azahara said that who was it? Shizu only gets between 60 to 150 viewers. Is that true?
I think Azahara
bigger.
said 60 to 150. Somebody else in chat said they averaged 120 concurrents. Because we were asking earlier, I think Shiroi specifically asked it, is how big are these people? Like, how much does the stepping on toes actually matter for, like, their success, right?
Mm-hmm.
And chat said that a lot of them were around 120 concurrents, which again is kind of a little bit of an ego boost for me, because we're at 104 concurrents right now, and we were at 80 concurrents when we made that comment.
Yeah, and last night I dwarfed. If that's the case, I dwarfed. I didn't even know that. I'm really surprised, because I thought with their sizes, I was like, wait a minute, this guy's like 20,000 followers, and how
That
many
we'd be
people
the
does
small
he,
ones in this situation.
Huh?
You kind of think when you're reading this that we're the small ones in this situation.
Exactly.
And technically we
Exactly.
are. But there's probably more people watching us talk about your bullshit than people watching your bullshit.
Exactly. That's the funny thing. Because, like, yesterday, like, I'm not trying to pass numbers, but I peaked at like 200 reading this, and I was just thinking to myself, man, I bet this guy averages 500 to 1,000, and this is just nothing on him. And if he ever responds to me to saying, hey, do you want to talk about this? It puts a lot more into perspective.
Yeah.
You want some perspective from somebody who doesn't have massive numbers?
Oh, you get massive numbers.
Yeah.
I raid you all the time and send mine to you.
That doesn't
Oh,
count.
that must be nice.
That doesn't count.
That doesn't do anything for the algorithm.
That doesn't count. I know,
Actually,
but,
on Twitch, it does
okay.
affect the algorithm now.
I know it does. It does. I know. Yeah.
It does on
It does
Twitch.
the
I don't
partner.
know about YouTube.
I know
Anyways.
on YouTube, if you send followers to somebody and they don't stick around, it can negatively affect their algorithm.
But you heard it first,
that's
guys.
interesting.
From now on, when I raid into somebody, you need to stay for at least 2 hours. And make sure to harass
Please
them.
do. Yeah, but as a smaller dude, I wouldn't destroy a friendship over something so petty.
Oh, you know, this is cringe
Well-
as shit.
Yeah, music
I-
even close to my debut.
I actually asked that because I had the theory based off of reading the first one that they weren't as friendly as they let on.
Oh, no, that's
and then
what we
reading
said
the
earlier.
second one, yeah,
We were
I'm
like,
sure
this doesn't
that-
seem like friends. This seems like a friendly business,
This-
like a
They
relationship.
are friends, TM. That's what they are.
Exactly. And then when I talked to Shizu, it seems like he was like, "Oh, I thought we were friends." And I looked at the whole conversation. I was like, "Shizu, you guys aren't friends. It's very obvious to see that you were hurt by them, and you were like sitting behind the scenes, and you carried this hurt with you for over a year." Because he was like, "Yeah, I was kind of holding on to this. I was kind of just like not sure how I wanted to proceed with this." It's like, yeah, I can very clearly see that, man. You guys aren't friends. I'm sorry. So
That kind of reinforces my belief that Shizu's just like a neurotic woman.
yeah. Wait, did Cinder only average 1 to 2K?
I don't know. I didn't check.
If that's all, dude.
Well, you need to
I know that
remember that,
sounds-
Cinder did not get the most views of everybody, but she did have the most simps.
This is true.
She was making like twice as much in bits. The rest of them.
Some
It's
could argue that
6K?
simps
Fair
matter
enough.
a lot more than views.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. Like, by the way, this is a side point because somebody posted it again in the Discord. The Twitch earnings from the top of the year that showed Cinder was making double Shy Lily, and she was on the top of the bits chart. And I had said that during my Cinder streams, and some people of some persuasion in a recent drama I was involved in spent like hours ragging on me for saying that, claiming that there was no proof of that, and that I just made it up to try and bolster my Cinder video. I'm like, no,
Her chat was saying that.
not chat.
In the
Certain
rat
people
thing?
of a certain persuasion in a certain area from
Oh
a
my
recent
gosh.
drama.
No, they are legit, dude. I am so glad that I don't have like for a second I was like, oh, maybe we can intermingle viewers when I collab with them, and I was just like, I'm so glad I don't have their viewers because their viewers are absolute fucking retards.
Yeah.
I'm
I've
so
got
glad.
friend-
I am
I've
so
got
fucking
friends.
dude. Every single day I'm like, man, it would be nice to like get some of the viewers that some of these other people have, and and this has just proven to me that that is absolutely incorrect, and I need to continue to seek the viewers that actually have a brain.
Yeah, no,
And it ain't those.
their chat's pretty stupid.
Yeah, I've got friends who's like, I would not want to share their chats. I'm sorry.
Exactly.
It's
Like,
true.
it's just like one of the, like very
As
simp
Zahara
people,
says, looking
you
at
know?
Cinder's past stream, she was 3K to 4K.
Okay, so like
lot.
fucking
What's she now?
curse levels. I mean, like, here's the thing: 1,000 sounds like a lot, but a lot of these big streamers, that's what they average, and it's just like for me, I'm like, I feel like that's attainable for all of us in Under the Tea. Like, I know that depending on the streams, we all could definitely do that. It's kind of crazy to think about sometimes.
I'm just lazy.
Chat reflects the streamer. Not every edition is a good edition. I agree. Again, I'm glad that like that bridge was burnt because I don't want dumbass viewers, and I realized towards the end a lot of them were very big dumbasses. I
Anyways,
see that with the most prejudice possible.
continue the document. It says, we already seen this, chat, so I'm not reading it. I'm not trying to cover up information, but we literally read all this under Calem's. It's not new.
No, I did that too. So you're right. I didn't either.
Yeah, especially since if this was like a stream on a different day, I would reread it, but we already read it like literally today in this very stream. So I actually would
Okay,
change
so
mine to be
honest question.
Yeah.
Is it better or worse to include information from somebody else's doc and something like this?
I mean, it's both of their information. It's from their personal DMs with each other.
That's fair.
I don't know why he felt the need to include it. Maybe so if people don't want to read the other document, they have the full picture here. That's all I could think of. He says, I actually would have changed my debut time if I could, but since most of my community is EU-based, 2 p.m. Eastern was the only time a lot of them could make it. You can see that reflected below. You can see he did like a little poll.
This next part is gonna make you laugh.
To be fair, this poll is not helping your case because this is 2 p.m. on multiple different days. This is not looking at like what time is best for your community. What day is best for your community. Very different like thing. Kalen was in my server when this poll was posted and had the role that received notifications. He says, I sadly already planned too many things. Oh, we already did this one. After what?
Shizu, with this post, is inferring that Caleb somehow knew about his debut.
Well, he's saying there's a possibility he saw it because he had the role
Yes.
that would have been tagged with it.
Yes.
I think this is a weak
Pretty much.
sauce argument because
agree.
I know for a fact that you post a lot of stuff in your Discord with a role that I have. And I have all notifications for your Discord turned off.
Yes, and that's what I told him last night. I was like, listen, I even showed how many Discord servers are just in Lucky Entertainment. And I told everybody, you want to know how many I look in? 2. Mine and Under the Teas. I don't look in yours because, like, unless there's something specific I need, I don't scroll over it. And I know it's the same for Lumi. I know it's the same for you. And I know it's the same for like a lot of talents.
I
Yeah.
rarely look at my friends' Discord servers because I don't have the energy to deal with like 100 different Discords. I'm in like I have maybe like a few Discord servers that I'll even like maybe talk in every so often.
Yeah. And I will say, don't feel bad, anybody, if I'm in your Discord and I have it permanently muted. I don't know what it is, but the Discord boop noise genuinely stresses me out. It's like an involuntary response when I hear that fucking boop, and like I immediately get a headache, and I'm like, stop.
Oh, so what you're saying is I'm not allowed to get any anymore.
It just activates some freaking like a primal fear.
It's an urge.
You have an ancestor that died horribly in the sound of the Discord poop sound.
Exactly. But no, it's just like my point to him was just like, you can't infer that Callum reasonably knew. You just can't, because there is a chance that they just didn't pay attention in your server.
It's an unfair inference.
It is.
Yeah.
I agree.
But no, chat, the reason I was letting you hear it tonight is because I had to wait for Akko, so I needed to hear the boop when Akko was like, I'm ready. No, I didn't know Akko had access to my secret area.
Oh, I was a little confused because I saw it and I was like, why is he telling me I need to wait? And then I sat there and I was like, hey, I'm here. And then I was like, can I just enter? And then I did.
Yeah, no, I said you need to wait in like a server spot because I thought I had access to it, but apparently not.
I think you gave me mine during the hurricane.
Possibly. So we've already seen this again. After they said they couldn't change the date, I just wanted to check if the times would still work, because if they did, I could raid them. But when they said they go live only an hour after me and added what a dumb coincidence, it felt intentional and really rubbed me the wrong way. I'm gonna say this is gay and fake. The what a dumb coincidence, it felt intentional thing. However, this is coming off of the Calum document, where they're like, and he would make like weird jabs at me on Twitter, like, thanks to artist for delivering my work. It felt really pointed. Like, you're both doing this to each other.
Oh yeah.
Just kiss and make up already, God.
Yeah, like, I want to sit here and be like, he is uniquely stupid for this. Calum did the exact same thing in theirs. You're both gay women. Just stop. Just domestic violence each other and get it over with.
I'm
next
waiting
time.
for Calum to like on Twitter say that was harassment.
What was?
what you just said.
Why?
What?
I don't know.
I'm a gay woman.
I don't know.
You're making fun of the statistics.
Exactly. They already have me blocked, by the way, I notice. Calum.
Look, chat, everybody knows that lesbians beat each other. I forget what the number is, but it's a very high domestic violence rate.
The numbers are
It's over
very
50%.
high compared to like literally everyone else. It's very high.
Lesbian
It's
domestic
uncomfortably
violence
high.
relationships are proof that 99% of the time when there's a domestic issue, the woman started it. Because you know who has the least domestic violence? Gay men.
Gay man.
Absolutely
They get all the
nothing.
rage out.
Like almost
They get all the-
negative numbers of domestic violence.
You want to know? You want to know what the truth is? You want to know the actual truth? Why that is? Why that is?
Why?
Because women in reality deeply despise each other.
Chat
See,
says
it's
bitches
true.
be starting shit.
Look, when
Yeah,
when guys insult each other, it's to build us up because we know the world hates us.
Yeah, like we all know that we all know that like when you're away from everybody else, you're gonna grab each other's crotches as hard as you can,
That's why when Mizu calls me gay, I just know he's trying to build me up in the world.
Yeah, you give each other the old Colonel Volgan,
I'm wishing you a healthy relationship where you don't get beat when I call you gay.
Exactly. And when I call you a slur, it reminds me of your privilege.
Next, they
That's it,
suggested
that's all
we
I
have
got.
a call to laugh about how funny the situation was during my debut, but for me, it didn't really feel funny at all. If anything, it brought back the same frustration I felt when they didn't follow through with my model last year. They were a big reason why my debut got delayed so much, and the thought of sharing the debut I worked so hard for with them now felt really wrong and made me upset. I didn't just want to debut on my own, I also didn't want to do it alongside someone who messed up my first attempt and broke my trust. You know what this, I would not be surprised if it was true, is, Akko, did you ever see me and Ava's Cinder video, the Shia Lily one?
Yes, I listened to all of it because I wanted something to defend myself with.
Do you remember there's a part where I mention that I believe Shia Lily just confirms that all of Cinder's schizo posting was true?
It was like a 5-hour stream, so no.
It's kind of towards the end, but at one point, Shia Lily brings up the V-card thing, and she's like, I wasn't angry about V-card. I don't know why Cinder said that. Anyway, she's a bitch for calling herself the Charizard, and she totally ruined my V-card thing. It was mine. It belonged to me. I should have been the center of attention. And it's like, yeah, you're very butthurt about this. You are confirming that Cinder's schizo posting about you was actually true. I would not be surprised if it came out that Shizu's schizo posting about Calum was actually true. And that he's like, yeah, I did schedule it on your day, because fuck you.
I, unironically, with all of these catty bitches, I want Cinder to come back and just, like, BTFO all of these people, and then I can just say, and Mizu was right, and you all need to get on your knees and apologize. Because if they don't get on their knees,
that's not what I would want people on their knees, but you know, to each his own.
Well, I was gonna say if they get on their knees, that's how they get down to your level.
That's still not what I was thinking of, but okay. Anyways.
Well, we all know what you're thinking of, Mizu, because we know your head's in the gutter like 90% of the time.
It is. I was gonna start reworking on Jenny after this stream. Anyways.
Congratulations.
Oh, fuck.
Again, I think from what I can see, pretty sure we've already read this one as well.
Yes, those are all read already.
Here you can see that I responded negatively after they said they planned to debut for a whole week. At the time, I was considering pushing my debut later in the day to avoid overlapping with theirs, but once I heard it would last a full week, I immediately knew that wouldn't work. For those wondering why I was so upset about us debuting so close together, because I wanted at least 4 hours to properly show off everything. You don't even need an hour. I don't know what you're talking about. I debuted my my womb tattoo for this model. Literally 2 minutes. It was like, guys, look, tattoo. Anyways, let's stream time.
I noticed that, by the way. It's cute.
Yeah, thank you.
Tattoo.
I think my entire debut was only so long because Collins, the actual debut of my model was like 30 minutes.
Like, I'm pretty sure even like I mentioned it earlier in the stream, but even like the big VTubers, like the HoloLives and VShojo, like have 1.5 hour debuts. I don't know what you're doing as an indie that you think you need a 4-hour debut for your model features, but even like the greats of the greats in the community don't spend an hour doing it, and they have like professionally written lore and shit.
Listen, he's a
HoloLive 60 minutes, Niji Sanji 30 minutes. Niji Sanji is 30 minutes because that's how long it takes for their talents to get canceled.
Oh, burn.
Sorry, I had to say it.
I felt that one from here.
Phase is also 60 minutes, and it's 15 minutes too long.
Yeah.
Phase Invaders debut is 5 minutes.
Man, they do not care about the Phase Invaders. Jeez.
The only other joke I would say about this is I'm pretty sure Hollow Stars didn't even have a debut.
Well, for the ones that ended up getting kicked out almost immediately, they definitely didn't have a debut.
And all of Wacker's talents debuted from under the table.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry, chat.
It's the
I'll
most efficient way to do it!
To be fair, Hollow and Niji's models aren't the top model, at least for rigging. I mean, like, they might not be like the top of the top, but there's no way you're 100 CCV indie and you're debuting a 4-hour model next to like fucking HoloLive, who need like an hour to show off lore model and everything.
Well, they also have like a couple
I'm
bits
sorry.
with their talent.
I hate the self-indulgent, I gotta explain the lore thing that people do.
Yeah.
Like, dude, you wanna hear something? Want to hear something I think would be a novel concept? Release a book. Just write a book.
Here's my book canceling this individual.
I'm talking like, you know, for your lore that everybody, yeah.
Anyways, let's continue. Can watch multiple streams at once. After all this, I asked my community if they'd struggle watching my stream alongside another debut, and many said yes, especially since a lot of my viewers watch on mobile, making it basically impossible to follow both. Well, your viewers aren't gonna go watch another debut, because they're your viewers. Trust me, bro, if they are in your Discord, you're good. Most likely. If they're in your Discord and they're actively replying to you, then you're set. You don't have to worry about them. On top of that, since we shared friends who might choose to raid or support if they felt like it, it would only make things more complicated. They're still just already seen it. This part was just us talking about stuff coming in the future. This one I think is new. Maybe. No, we already seen this one as well. Here you can see me reaching out again to ask if they could delay their debut by even just 2 hours. Was hoping they'd understand and be willing to shift it a bit so I could have a proper debut without overlap. They declined, which felt strange, especially since they hadn't even publicly announced their date or time yet. It didn't seem like moving it back a little would have hurt them, but the way they dismissed it made me feel like they weren't trying to meet me halfway at all. Started to feel like less a friend being considerate and more like they were just trying to maneuver around my debut in a way that benefited them. You're both gay. This is stupid fight.
No, I agree.
The reason I didn't move my debut earlier is because I knew a lot of my EU viewers wouldn't be able to make it if I started before noon. Then do a different day. When I considered starting maybe an hour sooner, it was only in the hopes that Caleb would move their time up a bit too, so I could stream for 4 hours and then raid into them. That way, it would have felt fair for both of us. Additionally, the reason I couldn't debut any sooner was because my rigger was on a tight schedule and was rushing to get enough done in time. Your rigger is not finishing your model an hour before stream, or 2 hours before stream.
Dude, that is the dumbest thing you could possibly do.
I said this yesterday. You should not be scheduling to debut
until you have
the model is done. Because like legitimately, everything should be done or close to being done before you decide to come up with a date. That is like a gigantic issue in my personal opinion.
That's stupid. If that's true, even if it's like a week within the date of your debut, that's retarded. And you're stupid for having set that up without having the rigging done. Later in the conversation, I explained how this was messing up everything. I'd worked so hard to plan. I even brought up how they were originally supposed to help me debut a model. And now, here we were, both debuting on the same day, a year later. The response was that's crazy. Which really stung. Made me feel like they didn't care at all about how upsetting this was for me, or how it reminded me of the first debut they dropped the ball on. You're both gay women, and I don't care.
God.
How many pages do we have left? Oh, we have 5 pages left.
Yeah, this is 26 pages.
Continuing from there, they started to understand how I was feeling and admitted that it sucked our debuts were overlapping. They told me not to worry about it, but the problem was I couldn't not worry. I felt like I was getting the short end of the stick the entire time. Well, you are a group of femboys, so I'm imagining you're all getting a very short stick. It really started to feel like the debut I had put so much time and effort into was about to get overshadowed. But yeah, of course I was worried. That's all I could do at that point. Here's the part Caleb left out. They DM'd my close friend Shiri Bun? We're just gonna call them Shiri. Shiri,
that's what they call them.
asking for advice on how to deal with me, saying I was being overly competitive and that it made them unhappy because they just wanted to debut alongside a friend, but the issue was they still weren't thinking about how I felt, only what they wanted. Shiri even pointed out that Callum didn't seem to care about my side at all and told them I was upset because of the past model situation. Debuting on the same day felt like rubbing salt in the wound from my perspective. None of that seemed to matter to them. Is there a...
The DMs with Shiri do not exist in this Google Doc.
Okay. So I will say this, right? I need proof of this. Because, and although, like, this is a again, this whole thing here is gay and retarded, and I don't care about your beef. However, if I'm to make an accurate assessment of this situation, I need the proof that Callum said they were unhappy because they wanted to debut alongside a friend. Because what we see in the DMs is Callum approaching Shizu and directly saying that they don't want to debut next to each other. And that they're also complaining about it. So if this is true, that means Callum is just kind of going around lying to people to get people on their side as well. So I want to see those DMs. You're both still stupid, but this could push them into being slightly more stupid. At least in this specific situation. Now to address the part of the doc where they mentioned using previously resolved issues to manipulate a decision. I can't speak for everyone, but when someone breaks my trust, especially now, it takes time to heal. Just because I was trying to move forward doesn't mean everything was suddenly fine, or that things between us were okay again. Honestly, from the moment they broke my trust, until they eventually unfriended me, there wasn't much done to actually rebuild anything. If anything, they just kept making me feel uneasy and on edge the entire time. I imagine you would be edging.
You're not gonna stop with the jokes tonight, are you?
No.
Oh, he's not. He never does.
Friendly Anarchist, weekly Google Docy. I'm gonna say this really quick, chat. I am going to be doing more bullshit Google Docies because there are a lot, and I've realized that some of them, although they might not have real issues in them, they might have a little nugget of gold in them.
It might be funny to read.
Yeah.
Hey, in my opinion, entertaining is always a win.
Exactly. So I'm going to start reading more Google Docs. Anytime a VTuber releases a Google Doc, it's going on my docket, and we're going to start considering to read it. Because you never know what's going to be in it, and it could be absolutely insane.
Or get a nothing burger like this one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this one's a little funny, too, because it's two women fighting.
I mean, it's funny because everybody involved is stupid, and that's funny to watch, but, like...
Exactly.
You know.
It is the most catty thing I've seen in a long time.
This is like watching an episode
Oh,
of Keeping Up with the Kardashians.
I gotta stand up and do my squats.
Need a Mizu reading emote. I was looking to get new emotes, chat, but Mizu's a broke boy. So that's unfortunate.
I'll draw you an emote.
After everything I've been through in the Femboy community and all the times people I considered friends took advantage of me and said awful things, my trust isn't something that comes easily or heals quickly. I just hope when I respond to the upcoming docs you can understand where I'm coming from. I have something unfortunate to tell you, good sir. That applies to the entire VTuber community. Or the entire streamer community, in fact. This shit's been happening behind the scenes with the commentary community for years. If you're going to be a creator, you are fucked. Nobody is your friend. Everybody uses you for money. Good luck. And may the odds be ever in your favor.
It's true.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I couldn't just move on from it. I'm sorry I still felt hurt when the debut stuff came up. I couldn't shake how things felt between us at the time. Below is the response I gave after they stopped speaking to me directly and were only talking to Shirey about handle the situation with me. I don't care about this one because this is you freaking out. I want to make it clear that when I first brought up the idea of turning my debut into a week-long event, it wasn't out of pettiness. I was genuinely trying to find a compromise that could work for both of us. The idea seemed fun, and it gave me a chance to do more than I originally planned. In the end, it did actually help a lot with building up to my 2.0 debut. As much as I'm being painted to be competitive, Calum was the one who came out of nowhere and brought it up in my DMs that they were debuting on the same day as me. I do actually agree with that. Calum kind of started that fight. So it's a little funny that they're trying to act like he started it.
He definitely didn't make it look any better with how he was complaining.
Yes. I wasn't the one to reach out to them first. From my side, it felt just as competitive, especially since they were so firm about not changing any part of their debut. Even after I'd already officially announced mine, unlike them, and offered to raid into them if they could. The last message was me expressing how hurt I felt, trying to explain why this situation was so frustrating to me. They had already debuted 3 different models, while I'd been stuck just trying to debut one.
Yeah, that's a funny little detail in there.
Yeah.
They've had 3 models in a row.
It felt unfair after everything. I was now dealing with extra pressure from someone who not only got multiple debuts, but also failed to help me when I needed the most. They ignored that completely and came back with the following message. I thought this message was kind of on your side. This happened after they finally finished talking with Shiri. I admit they did agree to move their debut back 2 hours, but the way it was done felt awful. Didn't feel like compromise. Felt like they were throwing me a bone and expecting praise for it. I should be grateful they gave me anything after everything I said and everything I was feeling. So you weren't here for this,
You are
Akko.
owed nothing.
But we did.
You are owed nothing.
I did agree to an extent with this take that when they throw in at the end of the message, I'm doing this because I want to be kind to you. It kind of feels like when people get in a fight with you and they're like, I'm gonna walk away because I'm the bigger person. Like, well, no, you're not, because you said that. Once you've drawn attention to it, you no longer get to use it as like a W for yourself.
At the same time, though, I do admit it does kind of feel a bit like they are trying really hard to turn this into something.
Sorry to bring up the -8 controversy, but they just posted something that literally definitely related to it. I don't know what you mean. I'm gonna need more information on that.
I don't know who they is.
I've been focusing on this all day. They brushed off my emotions and acted like their decision was some act of kindness. But to me it felt hollow, like they didn't care at all. Like they were only trying to manage the situation, not actually consider what I was going through. Bro, buy a fucking diary and write about it.
I feel like that's real.
You need to get your testosterone levels checked.
I think more people honestly need to just get a diary or
Journal
journal
about
and just
it.
write shit.
It's so stupid.
Okay, but why would I write private diary or journal where it's just gonna sit there?
I can't
and
get clout
just
from
vanish
Twitter.
from existence. When instead I could go to Twitter to get all that clout.
This is his huge, long, screedy message.
Get Lodi, this is Noti.
Is this it? Yeah, this is the last two pieces. This is just him whining still, it looks like.
It's pretty much a rehash of the same information.
Yeah. So I'm not reading through all this chat. And then this is them trying to do like a closing argument. It's just them rehashing everything, it looks like. So, from these two documents, you're both gay.
Amen. I agree.
You're both gay.
1000%.
I hope you both lose.
Friendless behavior.
I'm very unimpressed.
This doc is a diary. The tea is if the leaf never hit the water when the first tea was created.
That's good.
Missed the damn stream again? No, we still have one more document.
Oh my lord.
We're here all night, baby.
Yeah, cause Moxy posted a document. Now I said this when I was talking to other people about this. I would like to think that Moxy doesn't suck, because we had the same artist and rigger. I can't open Niyu's page, but Niyu made Yumi specifically, and Toxic NECA did Old Mizu. And so we are actually in a Discord for our siblings. Which
Oh, frick!
I would like to think that Moxy doesn't suck. However, I admittedly don't know Moxy very well outside of being a model sibling.
Based
Oh,
off of
it's
their
worth-
tweets,
Hey, it's better than my model sibling.
based
Well, I
off of the
guess they
tweets
are.
I saw of them, it was bad.
I had
I've
a
not
Twitter
read
spat
this.
with my model sibling once.
I
Really?
would just like to think that my model sibling doesn't suck. Well, to be
I
fair,
thought
they're not
so
a
at
model
first, too.
model sibling anymore. I have brand new 2D artist and a brand new rigger, so
Hey, my ex model sibling's no longer my model sibling, at least.
The Mizu family lore goes deep.
See, I don't even
Well, I
have
mean, that's the
model
best
siblings.
thing to do with your family.
I don't think half of my model siblings stream.
The hell is a model sibling? Because calling your modeler and your rigger mama and papa kind of became a thing with VTubers, sharing a modeler or rigger with another VTuber became like calling them siblings. It is a very VTuber community minded way to view things, when in reality there's, especially with more prolific artists, there's just too many people for you to have anything in common with.
There's very little to actually be gained most of the time from model siblings. If you get a model specifically so you can call somebody a model sibling, it's really not much of a benefit.
Yeah, for the most part, because my artist is probably never going to do anybody else's model, I am only going to be an only child.
It's okay.
Sometimes
Akko
I
will
wish I
adopt
was
you.
an only child.
It's okay, Akko. Sumi will adopt you.
No, I'm fine with Ari being me being Mari's only model, basically. If he wants to make others, I will encourage it, and I've tried to. But for the time being, I'm the only person that he's made a model for.
Atari says, I think my model sibling is a horse. You'd like that, wouldn't you?
I think I have. Okay, Karo's my model sibling, and
You just
Seti
had to
is my
throw in that
model.
nig in there. Signing.
What?
When you fucked it up the first time, you said signing.
No, did I? Look, I've been awake for like almost 24 hours now, so.
Anyways, we have another document. Oh, this one. It's what?
Only 2 pages!
Oh
Oh,
my god!
the Lord give it!
Wait,
My
this
lord,
can't be
give it.
it. I was told that this thing like repeats itself.
It's
The Lord
Did
give
they
it.
change it? Okay, hold on a moment.
The
no.
Lord take it
I
away.
haven't clicked the new one. This is my copied document. No, it's still only 2 pages in the original. This is my backup from when they posted it. It's sectioned? Okay, there we go.
Oh.
So this section is... Oh, that's only 3 pages.
Oh my gosh.
That's 1 page.
You know
That's
what?
one
you know What? You know
page.
what?
No,
That's
I'll let
1
the
page.
section. I'll let sections.
Okay,
be a
this
thing.
one's 11 pages. This one's a bit better.
Oh, the Lord take it away again.
This is 3 pages.
Mizu, it's Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. My mental health is not ready for this.
Okay, so
You just-
there's 9 sections. Almost every section is 1 or 2 pages, except for one section that's 11. So I think everything totaled up, it's maybe half of Shizu's. So, okay, I guess. 9, I thought it was 5. No, I have 9 tabs here. One of them is statements, one of them is statements, one of them is ending, and one of them is the teal deer section at the start. So, says this one's batshit insane. Can't be that bad, guys. It says false statements, missing context. What is lying about peace? Like in the Middle East? Like, what are we talking about here?
What is this some 1984 stuff? Wars, peace, freedom, and slavery.
What is it good for?
Hey, look, Akko, you got a reference.
I did see that, yeah.
It,
And that's because I like during the stream I was like, all right, Shizu, Moxy said they're coming up next. What did you do to them? And I'll be honest with you, I really don't know. It was kind of hard to understand beyond the fact that allegedly that Shizu is like a pseudo manager for Moxy, helping them get like opportunities and shit. And he alleges that, like, I guess he pissed off one of Moxy's editors. I don't know. That's the problem. Is I just don't understand. He started rambling, and I was just like,
I just like
bro,
the
I wanna go to
line
bed.
about peace part. Like, what? Did he promise
like,
you
what's
he'd
that
bring,
supposed
like,
to
peace to
mean?
Ukraine? Like, what are you talking about, peace? It's a weird-ass way to phrase anything.
I just got informed that we're getting 2 more Google Docs tomorrow.
They might be accelerating it because we've been criticizing them for drip feeding and coming off as like crazy.
Ah, man, there's a part of me that really would love to do this, but I got a thing tomorrow.
I work tomorrow.
Hey.
So chat, reading this one, I'm just gonna have to get close to the screen to read it because even if I do make it bigger, it's always gonna be like off the side of the screen. There's nothing I can do about that with this. I can do this though to make it like slightly bigger. Yeah, it looks like it's looking like it's actually letting me move this one around. So they're talking to somebody called Batsy. Shizu is not involved in this outside of talking about him. What Shizu mentioned in stream is, I believe, the last time I spoke to them, which was back in May 2024 in VR chat. Oh God, they were sexting in VR chat or some shit.
No.
At the time, I was aware of the
to get
situation
canceled.
between Mox and Shizu, but I was also aware that Mox had no interest to make drama and had just moved on from it, and so did Shizu. I assume, and I'd figured it'd be no harm to talk to Shizu, not about the situation, but to genuinely converse. I will be honest to say that I can't remember everything word by word, and I had also drank. Okay, so you're drunk trying to recall this. Or you're trying to recall something that happened while you were drunk. That's the fantastic start.
Yeah, I'm gonna write that all off.
As
Sorry.
conscious enough to recognize the situation when conversing with Shizu.
That's a different person entirely, Mizu.
But the scenario of me
Well, that's a whole
randomly
different
going up to
doc.
him and calling him an asshole was taken out of context and altered to his view and made it seem like I was trying to fuel the fire or send hate. I mean, if you ran up to him and just called him an asshole, I don't know what else, like, context you need there. Yeah, I ran up to him and called him an asshole. Okay, case closed. He says, it started when I mentioned that I'd returned from an out-of-state trip to see friends, and I had talked to him about my overall experience. Won't say their name out of respect for their privacy, but they were a friend of Moxy. You're talking to Moxy in this. There was a moment during this, because they're talking to Moxy. That's just fucking weird that you're like talking to Moxy in the third person while talking to him.
Chat GPT, write me a call out doc.
Chat GPT, can you read all of these and give me an answer based off of what you're reading about how I'm supposed to feel by this? I've been told by very big streamers that I need to use Chat GPT to understand these things. So
Yeah.
Well, Chat GPT is smarter than all.
I don't know. I feel like I'd rather listen to what Grok has to say. I feel like Grok is just a little bit more base.
During this trip that I had to mention to Shizu, where I admitted that I had done a joke that was taken too far and crossed the line with this person, which we are now on good terms, by the way. That's when, after they started mentioning how bad of a person this friend is, then further talking about everyone else, like Mox and other people within their social circles, and just bad-mouthing them. Realizing the situation, I called them an asshole for it because they were acting like it and played themselves like a victim. I mean, you called them an asshole then. I don't see like why we care though. I'm just... Oh, gotta move it down. It says, hey, regardless, I'll understand it, how you feel about it and whatever decision you make out of it. I get it. Moxy says, do I have permission to share your statement in the doc? Person says, yeah, and they say, thank you. I don't understand what's going on in here. This is barely understandable.
I mean,
I think we
this
lost
is-
the plot.
I think this is based off of him talking during my stream last night.
Possible. And then I think this is just him going over like the different teal deer stuff. You know what? We're gonna hope this is covered in the other sections. Quick summary. I will leave this streamer's name out of it. If he decides to speak up or anything or say anything, that's on him. On our last group meeting, he stated to me and Cyber, you guys should avoid this streamer. IDK what he's doing behind closed doors. He's probably going around telling his viewers to stop watching other creators like this. This is not good. And I don't mean for Shizu. This is not good for you. Saying, saying, I'm not going to tell you who said this, but somebody told me that we shouldn't trust Shizu. Yeah, no. I'm that meme of the dude at the fucking Grammys or whatever that's like doing the cut motion on his neck that always shows up in the memes. Like, yeah, no, don't. If you Twitch raid this streamer, you will never see your average viewers again. I rated him once and I never saw them again, but always see them on his streamer's Twitch.
That's called sucking, buddy. I don't know what you're talking about, but that's just called you better up your game.
Do you think he like hypnotized your fans against you or some shit, dude?
This sounds like NTR right now. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I'm sorry, bro. That's a skill issue.
Imagine getting NTR'd as a VTuber.
Bro, I have unironically raided into streamers, massive streamers, that are actually already successful and have already made it. I can't even get most of my followers to stay for them. But all of them show back up the next stream to watch me. If you're raiding into somebody and all of your fucking fans ditch you, I don't know what to tell you, dude. I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you, man.
I'm sorry, like, you know.
Imagine being viewer cucked by the guy you raided.
God.
I'm sorry, bro. Like, your fans didn't like you already. I don't know how else to say it. Yeah, sucks to suck.
They are not real fans, you know. Like I got regulars, you know.
Proof needed? I don't even need proof of this. Even if this is true, all that tells me is that you suck.
No, it's true. It's true.
I don't know what you want me to say. Yeah, Shizu has magic mind control powers, and he mind controlled your fans to not go back to you. Whatever, man. We thought it was insane and we didn't know what to say, so we ended the call and left it at that. You should have told him he was schizophrenic and he needs to go talk to a doctor. That's what you should have told him. Or you should have just did what I would have done and said skill issue and left it at that.
It's true.
I believe Shizu is saying that. No, he's saying, I will leave this streamer's name out. If he decides to speak up or say anything, that's on him. On our last group meeting, he stated to me and Cyber, you guys should avoid this streamer. They are talking about Shizu with a random third party that they refuse to name, by the way, which is already kind of sus. We thought it was insane. We didn't know what to say, so we ended the call and left it at that. I ignored what he said and instead rated the streamer within a week. The streamer complimented me, gave me a shout out, and said, is this Shizu? Can you not, like, formulate this document correctly? Because it says, I rated the streamer within a week. Streamer complimented, gave me a shout out. There are people who are mean to me, but Moxy isn't one of them. I don't know what you're saying here. None of this is... This is a meeting between Shizu, Cyber, and Moxy. He needs to, like, reformulate all of this. None of this is, like, legible at all.
I would discard this entire Google. Like, if I was a judge, I would say you guys suck. Come back later.
I'm gonna drop my own hot take here. I think this is a real bombshell here.
I'm gonna do something that I don't do, right? And I'm gonna be a grammar Nazi and pull some shit from my English teacher. When you say he, you have not actually mentioned Shizu once on this page in this discussion. Like, your English teacher would mark you down for that and be like, you have not actually defined who he is. And it's a problem. That causes, like, confusion. Like, you needed to say, Shizu stated to me in Cyber. Or you need to say something like, at our last group meeting with Shizu. Because this, with your opening summary, makes me think you're talking to the independent streamer.
Okay, I think what they were referencing with the he stated was this, not this, anonymous streamer. They have not decided to...
No, that's what I thought. This is Shizu. Because then then he says at the end, I ignored what he said and I rated the streamer. So not only is this like absolutely insane statement not screenshotted, you have worded it in such a way that I don't even know who the fuck you're talking about. I have to decipher this. This is so poorly written.
Dang, man, I didn't know we were writing our Google Docs in code now.
Yeah, I was told I was supposed to take this seriously.
Code docky.
This, if this is how the whole thing is written, I'm gonna have such a fucking headache by the end of this, just trying to decipher it. I can already feel the smoke coming out of my ears.
I
I can already feel a blood vessel constricting.
I can feel the fire within Mizu burning. Like the power of 2000 George Foreman grills.
11/11/2023. So we are a little over a year and a half old on whatever's happening here. Which again, no screenshots. Why are there just no screenshots? Why are you just telling me? Pondering the poor wording. I am. It's hurting my head. Later
I almost
that
feel
night,
like I would disregard this just because of how bad it is.
Yeah. Later that night, I attended an Overwatch game night with a few friends and mods over at my private channel within my server. Alcohol was involved, and some were intoxicated, me included. Stop drinking. You already, like, just from the original TLDR, you guys sound like you have a drinking problem. Like a genuine drinking
trying to
problem.
not have a drinking problem challenge impossible.
I can't even say anything.
I mentioned the streamer shout out and how it left me with a bad taste on how people mistreated him. Shizu joined halfway into that conversation and voiced his opinion. Yeah, but you should still be careful of streamer. Feeling annoyed with that comment, I said in VC to Shizu, there's something I need to talk to you about in private. We left the VC and we decided to call in private. The first 10 minutes of that conversation was calm and tame. I voiced my opinion stating you can't be going around saying stuff like that. It makes you look terrible and can lead to people misinterpreting you. I wonder if that's really what you said, because apparently you were drunk as shit.
Right?
And apparently when you're sober, you can't type very well.
I'm pretty sure it was extremely slurred.
Yeah.
In comparison.
And apparently when you're sober, you can't type very well. So I'm not sure how well you're doing when you're drunk. To be
Can we be sure that they're sober right now while writing this?
No, I'm not.
Oh, definitely not. Definitely not.
Shizu asked what's wrong with how I talk to people. I explained to him words and tones he uses towards other creators and how it was used doesn't sit right with me and to them. Shizu then decided to be pushy with me and demanded to know who had an issue with him instead of addressing the actual issue. I said, nope, not going to happen. You didn't explain to Cyber who had an issue with him, so why should I say? Within Cyber Future Doc. So this is something that, if Shizu was here, I would tell him the same thing Akko told him. This is not your friend. If you ask your friend, oh, so some people have a problem with me, who has a problem with me? And all you say to them is, I'm not going to tell you because you didn't explain to me why you didn't like some random third party. Like, you're not my friend. That's like a really bitchy, catty thing to say.
Absolutely not.
Okay, also, I just have something I need to comment on.
Uh-huh.
I like how we're getting DLC for our Google Docs now.
Oh my god.
Day one
Wait,
DLC,
what?
in fact.
Within Cyber Future DLC or Doc.
No screenshots, no recording, and was drunk.
I'm gonna drop a Doc.
I hate all of what I'm hearing about this stuff.
Yeah. Shizu got upset with not giving names and said, you know what, Moxy, you never once defended me. That sparked me into having a crash out. Yeah, you're having a drunk crash out with him. I think this is going to go over fantastic for you.
Oh, this is going to be great.
For the remainder of the voice call, I voiced every concern and issue I had with Shizu. I held nothing back during that call. Admittedly, because I was intoxicated and frustrated with Shizu, I spoke to him in a way that he described as verbally abusive, which was loud, aggressive, and held nothing back on how I felt about him and how he treats other creators' friends. I don't think this is helping your case. Like, even, let's assume everything Shizu is accused of is correct, and he's just like this manipulative piece of shit behind the scenes. He is supposedly your friend, and he says one negative thing to you, and in a drunken rage, you start screaming at him in a voice call. Everything you hate about him all at once.
I think he told me about this actually. Because he told me how he was in a voice call with somebody when they were drunk, and they basically just told him he was a piece of shit and a horrible person. This might be that situation.
Why are they not showing what they're claiming? Because apparently this all happened over voice.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, this isn't helping your case. Like, if you have these issues with a person, you need to like calmly bring it up to them. Getting in like a screaming match with them over a call while you're fucking wasted, not good, bro. I don't know what you want me to tell you.
You know for a fact that it ended with at least a massive apology. I love you so much. I'm sorry.
Well, no, they
so
probably
sorry.
went to go play VRC after and have say Gex.
Oh my gosh. It is possible.
I love Gex.
Said, I wasn't satisfied with how he talks to smaller content creators, the choice of words he described my friends and mutuals, how he views members within the Femboy group, how he tried to force me to give up information on people which I didn't feel comfortable sharing. I'm gonna need specifics on that. How he described streamer, and how we should avoid him because of, quote, stealing viewership, unquote. I wasn't going to allow this behavior to continue because it was inexcusable and needed to change if we were going to continue with the Femboy group. Shizu then stopped me and said, I don't want to be on call anymore. I stopped, calmed down, and said I didn't call to make you feel terrible nor to yell at you. I called because this was a serious issue to me and other individuals. Don't pretend like you got in like a fucking screaming match while drunk over VC, and then you ended it with the articulate, I called you because this was a serious issue to me and other individuals. You did not fucking say that. You were too wasted to form that sentence. This is how Femboy groups act. Yes.
I love it. I love it when, it has all the energy of somebody coaching their child to say like the most profound thing they could about something.
Yeah.
And then they can post on the internet that their child is really smart.
And it's like, no, hon, you were drunk as shit. You did not say that. Akko, this is the call Shizu was talking about. The unnamed person should be Nyx, the editor.
Oh, yep, that's Nyx, the editor. That makes sense. I can look for that in my stream if you want.
Nah, we're good.
Okay.
I'm sorry for how it was handled, but I'm not sorry for what I said. And then the call ended for the night. The following day, Shizu asked to speak to me in VC, and so we did. He was vocal about last night and asked, do you remember what you said last night? I said, I did, and I still stand by what I said. I'm sorry for how it was handled, but I'm not sorry for what I said. So I'm gonna say this to you, Moxy, as a piece of advice. If somebody is actually your friend and you get in like a shit fit like that with them one night, don't pull the I'm sorry for how it was handled, but I'm not sorry for what I said. All you say is, I was pretty drunk. I'm really sorry I did that. I don't try and justify it. Even if you were correct in what you said, which I'm not 100% sure you were because you were drunk as shit, you just need to be like, I'm sorry. I fucked up. I'm sorry. people do not know how to do that anymore.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to write off, by the way, I was drunk, can you forgive me, than just saying, oh, by the way, I agree with everything I said when I was drunk.
I agree. It's crazy.
Meanwhile, they don't know, they thought they were perfectly articulate during it, but in reality, Shizu didn't even understand a word they were saying.
He then labeled me as a liar, and I was vocal with, I'm currently hungover. What do I gain from this? So you get to like scream and shout at him all night, and then he calls you a liar, and you're like, bro, I'm hungover. I can't deal with this right now. You started a drunk fight, and you tried to continue your drunk fight the next day by saying, I'm still right. Whatever.
Akko, when I was drunk last night screaming at you, I'm still right.
I don't recall this.
He later explained how he no longer wishes to be part of the Femboy group and wants nothing of it anymore. Since he created the Femboy group, he decided to delete the server, hence why there aren't any screenshots of the server. He also stated that he no longer wants any interaction with me and stated, "Please, this is my livelihood, I don't want any drama." I agreed and apologized again on how I handled the conversation during that night. That was the end of the Femboy group, and when Shizu officially cut ties with the three of us, me, Cyber Lizu, and Clueless Nix, Lazu, whatever the fuck, I don't fault anyone for sharing their experience, good nor bad. I apologize for how it was handled, but not what I said. The next few months, people came to me and wanted to know what went on in November of 2023 in VC inside my private server. Still feeling guilt to some. I didn't explain to some. I asked what was being said about me. Not everyone wanted to explain, and I understood and went on about my day. To a very few people, I explained the situation, but stated in the end, we just want to move on from this. I respected our agreement.
When they talked about the November of 2023, I instinctively thought of the bite of 87.
Oh my god.
Was it the bite of 87?
Exactly. That's what it felt like to me. Is like, that's, I'm sorry.
I immediately thought of the song, September.
Oh, you know what that
remember?
I remember.
I remember.
This is one page. Context, Shizu made a statement that I continued to slander him even after the call out. After hearing it, I had to confront Bat to see if this was true. Unlike Shizu, casually name dropping on stream, I went ahead and asked Bat if it was okay to use his statement. He agreed. Well, Shizu's the one being attacked, so I think he's kind of fair to just say the names at that point. I mean, most of you have kind of publicly made your intentions clear on Twitter. It's not like it's a secret about who's involved.
Mm-hmm.
He says, I know what he's talked about. I did call him an asshole, but the way he's saying it is low-key altered and out of context. I'm already writing my side on it. This is referring to the stream that Mama Akko did correct. He says, yeah, we've already read this. That's it.
Freaking book right there. Like, geez.
That's the book we read.
Why do you gotta do a full screen too, by the way? That makes it so much harder to read.
Yeah. Pick it up from your phone or something.
That is full screen Discord. Dude, just make the screen smaller. It wraps. That makes it easier to read.
Shizu is very vocal on the individual Bat describes as a bad friend. So much so that I keep hearing his name dropped in passing from multiple different people within my private voice chat. Not only the bad friend, but myself as well. Even after hearing the negative things said about me, I felt it was nothing to act upon, so I continue with my life, full-time job, and streams. Suggestion in the future for people making Google Docs: when you have some shit like this, and it looks like this in the Google Doc, do this thing you can do on Discord, where you do this, you hit Control-C, and then you go to your Google Doc, you hit Control-V, and it'll paste the whole thing in plain text in the doc for you, and it actually makes the shit readable.
Like, seriously.
Include both.
It's so small. It's so small. Why is it so small?
And I wouldn't even be able to resize it if I wasn't using, if I didn't have like an edited copy.
Yeah.
August 2024. To my surprise, I got a random message from my previous relationship. They wished to stay out of drama and wanted to see why Shizu was DMing them about me. We left on good terms and wanted no drama and wished each other for the best. I felt upset that Shizu took it upon himself to message someone I left in good terms with and was an invasion of privacy. I mean, it might be petty as shit and it might be like snake behavior. It's not an invasion of your privacy, bro. I don't know what you came up with for that. After this interaction, I vented to multiple streamers on how angry I felt. I wanted to know why and how he knew about my previous relationship when it was supposed to be kept private. Another VTuber, Shizu, DM'd me a few months ago asking if I knew who you are. Are you guys on okay terms? I had just seen it now, and I really didn't want to get pulled into any drama and wanted to give you a heads up about it. Shizu has always seemed super, super sweet, but I would be wary of anyone starting off a convo with that because I might get dragged into drama. Anyways, genuinely hoping it's absolutely nothing and I'm just being silly. I have a good one and hope you are doing good. It says, "Aw, fuck dude, it's probably drama. It's a very long story. So sorry that you're being dragged into this. I haven't talked with the dude in months. Don't know why he would mention me towards you. Thanks, dude. I'm glad to see you're doing well. Be careful around him, please. I know that sounds vague as shit. I know that sounds vague, but this shit is way behind me now. He says, got it. We'll just act like I never saw it. Thank you. I hope all is okay. He says, it is. Thank you. First off, I want to see the picture of it. He also says, I don't know why you'd be dragged into this. I haven't talked to the dude in months. But I think he missed the first line where it says, VTuber Shizzy DM'd me months ago. And I just now saw it. So...
I thought you said Shizzy again, and I just had a double take. I'm like, huh?
Yeah, I was like, oh gosh. That guy's not a femboy.
But yeah, no, he doesn't give any proof. Also, welcome to the puddle, Bayuleto. Yeah, like, they don't give any proof here. One of the streamers, who will not be named, thought it was odd and mentioned how Shizu said in a group VC, I was attacked and left with marks on New Year's. What? One of the streamers thought it was odd and mentioned how Shizu said in a group VC, I was attacked and left with marks on New Year's. So we're just some random third party said that Shizu said that he was attacked and left with marks. But like, there's like no context to that.
Shizu did mention that there's this guy named Moss, who I believe also was being defended by Moxy. And this guy Moss was like violent with Shizu during like a New Year's Eve party because I guess Shizu didn't say the right thing in front of this guy and he got like violent against him. So I don't know if that's what this is referring to. By the way, I re-listened to that stream today because I was like, you know what? I like re-listening to my stream, and like a lot of what he said didn't make a whole lot of sense, but now it's starting to make sense the more you read. I was like, wait a minute, this motherfucker might be onto something.
Yeah, because like this doesn't make any sense without that context you have.
Yeah.
I wonder if Moxy was like actively editing his document after he saw your stream, and he started just addressing some of the stuff Shizu said without actually considering if it was in his document or not.
Yeah, cool, because again, like I said, I asked Shizu, what do you think Moxy's doc is going to be like? And then he just gave away a lot of the points that is being shared right now.
Yeah.
So I am curious. I did tell my contacts that if Moxy wanted to talk to me, they're more than welcome to. I still am down, but what the fuck?
I'm still in Moxy's Discord.
Oh, that's funny. We'll see how long that lasts.
But the combination of Shizu slandering, messaging people who had no involvement, and now slandering a friend on a serious allegation, I took upon myself to make a post regarding Shizu. Okay, so if this assault thing is true, and you're just like blindly defending the person, might look bad for you.
Yeah, I don't like the way that Shizu described it. I don't think they actually like physically touched each other, but this Moss guy like got close to it. Like he had to be held down by somebody, and Shizu literally like ran away from the place they were staying, and allegedly slept in a bus stop before he got to go home because he did not want to go back and stay the night with this guy.
I see.
And Moxy is just like, according to him, a defender of Moss's behavior, allegedly.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess it'd be more likely to say that Moxy doesn't believe it happened that way.
Perhaps.
But because I don't think he would defend the behavior. I think he would more defend the person and be like, oh, that didn't happen. I know him.
Listen, these are all femboys, so I'm willing to believe just about anything in you, and I think you would know that.
Fair. Knowing this person was on vacation during the time, I didn't want to bother him, so I took it upon myself to call him out, believing on someone's statement, so I made a post online with the intention that I'm aware and wanted it to stop.
I thought femboys were supposed to be the absolute perfect amalgamation between a man and a woman.
So what I'm gathering is that this statement was referring to the Moss person. That the Moss person was on vacation and Moxy didn't want to ask him if it happened. This is not helping your case. to put it into perspective, because he mentioned slander up top. So for slander and libel, if you got taken into court and the judge saw that when you were told something about someone, you intentionally chose not to question them, that would be basically enough to prove like maliciousness on your part. For the case of like slander libel.
Yeah.
Or because it's not like people always say it's like maliciousness. It's not maliciousness. It's specifically a malicious or irresponsible disregard of the truth, which basically just says that you intentionally did not seek out the truth for a invalid reason. Which I would say, well, I didn't want to bother him, Your Honor. He was on vacation, so I just chose not to look into it. And I chose not to wait like a week for him to get back. That would probably be enough for malicious disregard of the truth.
I would say that's a question for Ava, but I would say so probably.
I feel like my legal expertise is being thrown out.
No, I agree, Shiroi. Again, I will ask again and again and again. What was this all for? Because like I asked the person behind the scenes, I was like, "What is this?" And they're like, "Well, it's not life ruination." And I'm like, "Okay, then
you know what
the fuck
it was?"
Is this?
And I'm gonna unironically say this. I personally believe all these Google Docs are Shy Lily Cinder fault. 100%. I think people saw how successful that was for them, and now everybody. Because the thing is, like, if you go through like all the Shy Lily Cinder docs, even like from the people calling her out, a lot of them really do just call her out for being a shitty friend, right? I think a lot of VTubers saw that is a valid strategy for getting attention, and they are now adopting it. And they're like, oh, I don't have to settle this in DMs anymore. I can make a Google call-out doc, and I can get a huge W from it.
This is not a W. This is schizophrenia.
I don't think there's a win in any of this. Like, I'm not looking at this and thinking to myself, yeah, this is a person I want to follow. I'm instead thinking to myself, this is so fun to gawk at. I can't wait for this person to not be relevant for the next, like, 100 years.
Yeah.
Well, I will say this. I don't know if Shizu is watching, but do not do fucking anything at this point. These are so bad. Like, again, I asked him last night.
Let it fizzle out, man. Let it fizzle out.
Like, legitimately, I asked him last night, Shizu, have you raped anybody? Are you a predator, or is there a child that you need to take ownership of? And he said no to all three. Unless any of that comes out, like, legitimately, this is such a nothing burger that the only reason why I'm going to cover it is to allow people to laugh and make super chats off of it. There is no vigilante justice that I feel compelled to give in any way, shape, or form. This is just nothing to me. That's how bad it is.
So, just because a couple of people are asking, quick rundown. A group of Femboy VTubers are trying to call out I think he's actually smaller than some of them. Another Femboy VTuber for basically just kind of being a neurotic shitheel. But all of their documents just make them all look just as bad, if not worse. So I've been told the person who I talked about this first with was, in my opinion, what I was seeing is weird shitty people trying to call out other weird shitty people, which is crazy. Like, that's the best my take I could make on it. And just because I hadn't read it yet, to the one partner tuber going around warning people about me, thanks homie, I was able to chat and hang out with old friends. What was that thing you said again? I have friends, but I have closer friends. 5+ people are pretty already. That's wild. I know you're reading this. He's trying to be me so bad and it's not working.
What does one partnered mean?
He's trying to say like a partnered YouTube or a partnered Twitch streamer. He's just saying it really weird.
1 and A aren't even close to each other.
Hey, look, Akko, you get another mention. Within Mama Akko's stream, Shizu mentioned how the server was meant to help me and Cyber reach partnership. Within the server that he deleted, stated no furries, no VR streamers, and no not safe for work content creators allowed. allowed Femboys who average over 40 followers. Those were his rules. Shizu kept changing the rules within every meeting. Nothing ever got done.
Man, she's just very prejudiced if this is the case. Only femboys over 40 followers? Come on.
Why did it knock it so many pages down?
Chat, I don't know what you're talking about. This is not Mama Akro. This is the Mama Akro. See, I'm MOMMA. This is MAMA. So this is a completely different individual.
Totally different. Not. Yeah.
Like literally, I see I actually noticed the one less letter very, very quickly. I don't know why.
Oh, you know, I noticed that right at the start.
It's a nitpick, but it was funny.
The only thing you could have put that would have been more base would have been furries will be turned into rugs.
Yeah. So I'm just going to read this really quick. I guess this is a copy of the rules he posted in Discord. The Discord server is a supportive and inclusive space for professional streamers who identify as femboys or femboy adjacent. The goal of the community is to maintain a high level of quality in content creation and image while fostering positive community interaction. Members of the server are encouraged to share their expertise, experience, and tips for improving their streams, such as enhancing audio and video quality, perfecting stream setup, branding, and marketing strategies. Collaboration and constructive feedback are highly encouraged, and members are urged to work together to elevate their content and build their careers. The community is also committed to identifying and mitigating negative actors within the femboy community, rather than shunning or gatekeeping the community. Or gatekeeping. The community is dedicated to being aware of potential issues and addressing them with sensitivity and respect. The focus is on creating a safe and positive environment for all members to achieve their professional aspirations as content creators. Overall, the server offers a unique and empowering space for femboy streamers to connect, learn, and grow as professionals. By coming together, the community aims to make a positive impact on the streaming industry while avoiding potential issues and problems that may arise.
Okay, this is really stupid.
It's very gay.
Like, I'm sorry. Okay, making it. Why does this need to be its own Discord server?
Yeah.
I believe.
Like, what about the? Sorry.
Go ahead. No, I was just.
What about
gonna
Femboys
say,
makes this? You know.
I was gonna say. Shizu, like, I guess had this dream of making like not a corpo but like a group of femboys, but this wasn't supposed to be it. This was supposed to be allegedly a place where he helped Moxy grow, because according to him, Moxy was this is kind of a silly little dig at Moxy, but he was like, oh, Moxy's a good creator, their thumbnails just suck. And I was like, you know, I get that good creator, bad thumbnails, I get that sometimes.
I feel called out.
I just don't do thumbnails.
And like the server had like one of the editors, Nyx, in them, who was one of the individuals talked about in this. And I guess, yeah, they were the one that did the drunk phone call shit. And so it was just, I don't know.
So we have Claire as a mod for me on both Discord and Twitch streams. Shizu felt attacked and went towards my mod Claire to share his side of the story. First statement, like Bat explained, I kept my mouth shut about you. However, you threw Bat. That's not how you. I kept my mouth shut about you. However, you threw Bat under the bus on stream. Not only that, but you also DM'd someone and asked questions regarding me after stating, "Please, this is my livelihood. I don't want any drama on the night of November 2023." Look, chat, I'm gonna correct the through, because that was gonna like give me a migraine, because I don't know how he fucked that up. I can't correct the rest of this. I genuinely don't know what he's trying to say. Doesn't use any punctuation. I don't know where sentences begin or end. I don't know like what he's trying to communicate to me. Like, you think it's hard enough to understand a woman who's just trying to give you signals and vibes to tell you what she wants? Try talking to a man who just can't even like formulate his sentences correctly. It's so much worse.
It's like talking about drama. It's like getting your drama stuff from a caveman.
He was definitely drunk while writing this. Unironically, chat, I would have to sit down, like lay it all out in front of me and like decode it over hours to try and figure out what he's trying to say. I just don't.
You know, You know why we can't understand it?
Why?
You know why we can't understand it? No cutesy uwu speak.
Don't
Oh my
even.
gosh.
Don't even.
I gotta zoom in a little bit. Something, both from Moxy. Because this is just sick fucking behavior. It says, I'm sorry, was that about you? I'm not a mind reader. I'm sorry, she's... Your friend is not helping your case, bro. Like, even they're like, I don't know what you mean, dude. Says, yeah, well, it's not like a mind reader moment because it's in context with everything I shared before. Sorry if I'm being confusing. I'm not the one trying to have problems here. He is. Him and Nyx. Like, even like your mod who's supposed to be on your side here is like, bro, I don't know what the fuck you're trying to tell me, dude.
Okay, here's why there's a lot of drama in the in V2 being like behind closed doors. It's because you have a lot of insecure people who don't regularly interact with people outside of the internet.
And now they're forced to interact with hundreds of thousands of people.
Yeah, basically everybody wants to make it big and fun isn't allowed to exist.
Atari, if you uwu speak to me in DMs all the time, I will break up with you. We will be done.
Like, sir, this is reserved for the bedroom only.
So, by the way, chat, this is called Claire's screenshot. So far we have one sentence that says, I'm not a mind reader. And look at this next one. All they say is vaguely. Like, this is him talking about to Shizu, I guess. And, like, Shizu is, like, spazzing out, like always. Shizu, stop, like, spazzing all the time. I don't know what's wrong with you.
This is horribly formatted, by the way.
Yeah.
This entire doc.
Worse by the.
Like, can you not,
Also,
like, you
my
have to
God,
have this
full
here?
Desktop screenshot.
Why is there screen? Why is it in a square?
I don't know.
Full
is it like-
desktop screenshot. I even see the Steam logo.
Again, what I will tell you
Oh, wait, yeah.
is that Callum was like a last minute entry into all of this. And this is supposed to be the bottom floor dock. So Callum is like floor outside the door, the homeless man that got added at the last moment. And this is the bottom floor dock. So it's apparently going to get better from here.
Bottom floor, no.
Oh, this is the bottom floor dock? I thought this
This
was
is
gonna
the
be like the
bottom
bomb
floor.
I thought this was gonna be like the bombshell game over Shizu.
No,
Dock.
that's coming on Thursday, I guess.
Well, looks like we have something to
man.
read for Thursday.
Yeah, I'm going to be reading this tomorrow on stream, and I will also be reading the next two that
Alright.
come out tomorrow for Hump Day. I'm so fucking excited.
But I'm gonna be doing a hand stream.
I'll be doing Lautism.
I admit I am so interested in this whole thing. I might just say screw it and just say yeah, maybe, you know, I would love to pop in for Thursday if I'm able to.
We'll see. We'll talk with Lumi.
Yeah, I don't mind having
Yeah.
a fourth person in on Thursday.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. This entire thing is it's just a beautiful disaster.
And if Lumi is still stuck on Arrakis, it'll all work out.
What?
Shizu says, you know about the Stormy stuff, right? Or no on that too? Vaguely. Shizu says, okay, I had drama with a guy named Stormy. Moxy really supported me, and I was like, this guy must be a real one. Then I needed a reference for my current apartment. Moxy said he would do it. And when I asked if he wanted anything, he said, of course not. So I was like, man, he must be a true friend. Then later, when I made a group for him in Cyber to help get them to partner, that I paid to have bots in even, most of the Discord bots are like $3 a month. Calm your shit. You didn't spend more than $20 on that. Promotions for free game keys for content creators and for sponsors, because Moxy said he needed cash, but also that he really wanted to be partner. But at some point when we were talking about what the group was for, he suggested adding Nyx to the group. Shizu told another individual that I was asking him for money back in 2023. That never happened.
Bless you.
Thank you.
He says, God no, haha. Wait, is this... My bad. Was speed texting during work, so I left out context with my previous text. I found screenshots of my conversation with Shizu regarding my financial issue back in 2023. I remember you told me in call after the whole fallout with Shizu in 2023. Shizu said you were asking him for money. Don't you have a job? That seemed kind of odd. The mystery person says, LMFAO, well, I understood you had a job and even buying blank, so I had assumed you had been doing okay. So asking Shizu for money just sounded odd. Here's actually what happened. Moxy says, so I might need to do a donathon because I'm very behind on bills. But if I'm being honest, I'm embarrassed to announce it, nor do I know announce it, nor I don't know how to announce it. I really hate asking people for help. Trying to learn a new skill like 3D art, but it's so hard to stay motivated when I work 10 plus hours outside in 100 weather for 4 to 5 hours of stream. I want to start doing commissions as well as soon as I learn, so I don't have to work as much outside. I don't know like where you're going with this. Like so far, these two are the only screenshots of Shizzy actually saying anything. And it's really nothing, honestly. Like the only part you show with us, realistically, is this part where Shizu is just glazing you the whole time about he must be a true friend. You don't even show us the part where like he starts shit talking you. So I don't know what you want me to take from this. And then this is just like, trust me, bro, this is what happened. This is what he said. Like, I don't know, man. Alright, here we go. Now we've got the other part of this conversation. For sponsors, because Moxy said he needed cash, but also that he really wanted to be partner. Well, I mean, you did say you needed cash, though. That you were behind on bills. At some point we were talking about what the group was for, he suggested adding Nyx to the group. I was like, sure, why not? Because Moxy said Nyx was up and coming and new to things. During our first meeting, Nyx got really pissy at me for an hour about how to do YouTube the best. My editors had gotten me like 10 to 50k views on my content, and I said Moxy's content was as good as mine, but he needed better editing. Nyx got annoyed because they were Moxy's editor and they did it for free.
Yeah, this is what he mentioned to me last night.
Also, I'm sorry, but like, you know, if you're doing it for free, I don't know how much pride you should really be taking in it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
They said they've been doing it for 7 years. At that point, I knew I was lied to, since Nyx originally supposed to be there just to take advice for growth and so on. But after that hour of fighting of YouTube bullshit, I said it might be a good idea to not have them in the group for now, and typed up a formal note to them since I was the, quote, leader. I got Moxy and Cyber's approval for it. I have proof of that, but after Nyx was... Few things with these statements. This was after multiple meetings, not the first. That's kind of whatever, dude. This wasn't clueless Nyx attempting to be pissy. This was a discussion between two individuals regarding YouTube content editing ideas and branding for the Femboy server. However, both clueless Nyx and Shizu both couldn't come to an agreement. Nyx was demanding on why Shizu never took any of his ideas into consideration. Shizu wouldn't elaborate and declined every request without giving any feedback. As for the second statement, I would never let anyone's work go unpaid. Nyx offered multiple times to do my edits without pay, even did a few without compensation per his request and decision, even when I said I didn't feel comfortable with it. But I don't understand what you're... Why are you trying to preemptively defend this? Because he wasn't like shitting on you for this. Like he was just saying, oh yeah, Nyx does it for free. And then you're still admitting Nyx is doing it for free.
It's like, why do we need these more extra details here?
Like these details
Why
aren't
is it relevant even?
You're
That's
fighting
a good
something
extra
Shizu didn't really say about you. Or he didn't say it in like a negative way. He's just like, oh yeah, that was their editor. So we're still talking to Claire. First of all, I'd like to say I'm sorry you had to deal with these things, but like, first of all, why message me of all people? Don't say first of all twice.
my god, they really did.
You're one of Skylar's besties, and I love Skylar, and I didn't see you support Moxie's tweet about me without seeing if you knew what was going on. Claire said, I didn't know the tweet was about you. Izu says, yup, that's why I wanted to make sure. Also about his tweet. The part about me warning people isn't true. I'm not warning people. I have mental struggles. Could have fooled me.
BPD, maybe?
I'm venting about all the shit that I've dealt with within the past year or so. The people that say I'm in a safe space. The part about I have friends, but I have closer friends is because I have people who are real homies like Skylar and people who have been fake homies like a Moxy and Cyber. His tweet is to gloat about people being better friends with him that broke the trust of other friends of mine. I'm just not seeing anything of value still.
Yeah, I need to stand up so I don't fall asleep.
It's just constant.
You and me both?
Give me a second.
Constant.
Be right back.
Nothing of value with this entire thing, it seems like.
With
It is,
Moxie's, this one's just giving me a headache. Because, like, I don't know what you're saying half the time. I don't know what you're trying to... Like, I don't know what you're trying to tell me. You know what I mean?
don't think they're trying to
I'm
say
sorry!
anything.
I don't speak Italian!
It's... hold on, what are my weights?
I do want to clarify, chat. I have Stormy's post, where he said he was being harassed and slandered by Shizu. Sorry, I keep saying Shizzy, but here, chat. I'm gonna full screen this so you can see why I'm not reading this tonight.
That sounds weirdly dirty to
No,
me.
that's fucking long!
Did I accidentally? I did. That's my bad. Oh. So chat, you can see it off to the side here. Remove my cropped padding on it. We're not doing this tonight, chat. Like, even this first page, this part 1 is... Why is it? It's 18 pages.
Oh my god.
I understand, like, some of you might want some of this chat, but, like...
Chat, I've been lifting weights to keep myself awake.
What the fuck is this?
This is the Stormy VTuber. It's called I've Been Slandered by Shizu. And it's called the Moss/Shizu incident. Stormy might be Moss. I don't want to say that for sure because I don't really understand what they're talking about.
I will ask my contact.
No, it's not, because it says right here on November 3rd, 2022, around 1 a.m. I received a call from a content creator named Virtual Moss. So this is Moss, I guess. God damn it. Of course, is what you call it. Here, I'll check it on the other screen and make sure it wasn't as bad as it looked. It's sus. I'm not gonna show it again.
LOL.
Well, his fucking, his banner is his furry model, like, hung upside down in Shibari. So...
Why are people like this?
You can't actually see anything, but it's close. Because it was a link to his Twitter. I thought it was fine.
I said, why are people like this?
No, I mean, somebody in chat says
they don't
brave
know
to open a link
self-control.
like that.
Fatherless behavior, that's what it is.
But that's the Virtual Moss person. Apparently it's a 33-year-old furry. But no, I was just showing chat, Akko, that I was originally gonna read this, but it's a whole nother thing. And it's got tons of videos, and it's got video transcripts and shit. And I'm not in the mood.
Maybe I'll look. Mizu, do you have work off tomorrow?
I do, but tomorrow's Lautism, remember?
I thought you guys were... I thought
Repo's night, during the day is Lautism. By the way, chat, tomorrow at noonish, a little after noonish, me and Ava are starting our weekly Lautism show, where we basically do reactions to courtroom antics.
Hey, what about Water Wednesdays?
Fair enough.
I need to keep growing my content, right?
Akamizu hates me.
This is the exact same post he made again.
Make a Google Doc. You can join in on the Femboy Civil War.
I've already made a Google Doc about Mizu.
I'm in the middle of making a Google Doc about Cindy right now for sending me unsolicited nudes and sexual harassment.
Make another one.
Yeah, I'm going to
Ryan, 'cause
complain
it
about
sounds like
why
the last
she
one
didn't send
work.
more.
Oh, wow, how Mizu doesn't want to hang out with me on Water Wednesdays.
We can do another night. You're here
I
tonight,
need to
aren't
make
you?
a doc. But I don't know who on earth I could possibly want to sit down and completely destroy.
I have
I'm
proof
writing
of that.
document as we
After Nix
speak.
was removed, Moxy said they had no choice, and both Moxy and Cyber said it was just me. Nix started shit-talking me constantly after that, then towards the end of the year, Moxy called me one night, verbally abused me for an hour. I mean, you kind of admitted to this already. Kept saying you aren't as good as you think you are, and that 15 other VTubers I know don't like you. I didn't rate him enough, especially during his and Cyber's donathon. After an hour of trying to calm him down, I hung up, D him the next day, had another talk after he was sober, and he said he was standing by what he said, so I stopped talking to him. Then after a bit, he sent me an apology. Nick still actively shit-talks me. The end. I have proof of his apology if you want proof of anything. I would like proof of the apology. Full context within tab 1111. Within tab 11/11/2023. Do you mean the one that was up here?
I don't know. They changed so much of this because I guess I'm in here now.
Okay, this is just
that,
copy pasted from earlier. This is the quick streamer. Leave the streamer's name out if he
Why
decides
is
to
it that
speak
you
out.
have all
Oh
this
my
stuff to
gosh.
make it look kind of organized, and then you freaking just...
This is so. Somebody told me that this started to loop. This is where it starts to loop, and it's the exact same thing again.
Boy!
Dude, fucking take Moxy out to pasture. This shit is so dumb. This shit is so ass.
Yeah, no, this is... That's all the same. Then I think we're back to normal in here. I told the group
I
that I had to
think
leave.
this is where it gets totally schizophrenic.
No, wait, this is he talking to Shizu in private. The reason why I mentioned this is because during my conversation with Calum weeks ago, Calum said Shizu made it sound like this was in public. Again, missing context from Shizu to best suit his claim. This doesn't help your case. You made it sound like I verbally abused you in front of other people, but actually I did it in a private room with just the two of us. Potato,
You still
potato, my
verbally
guy.
abused me, broski.
Verbal abuse still happened, apparently, but yeah, whatever. You
Yeah, I think the issue was the fact that you did it, not where it happened. In that specific case, this is kind of potato, my guy. Regarding the second statement on Twitch raids with me and Cyberlazu, I never stated in the argument that I needed to be raided. That part was false. No one owes you a raid ever. However, I did stated something I viewed as hypocritical. Shizu stated multiple times during our meetings that the purpose of the Femboy group was to help lift each other up. Wasn't the purpose of the Femboy server to help each other out? Cyber is currently going through a very, very difficult moment in his life and is currently doing a donathon. You haven't once shouted him out, nor did you raid him once. You what you mean? I never stated that I needed to be raided. I just complained that he wasn't raiding me. Okay.
I
God,
put a
you're
wrench in their plans.
fucking
I'm gonna
dumbass.
be honest. Me getting Shizu on camera is probably the last thing a lot of them thought was going to happen. But by the same token, I also just think that the best thing for Shizu to do, and again, I will say this, Shizu, shut the fuck up, don't say anything. I did ask him off camera last night if like streaming is his job. It is. So I think asking him to take time off might be out of the question, but he needs to not reply to any of this. Just move on with his day, because none of this, like legitimately, Mizu, do you think any of this will actually hurt him if he just says nothing?
No, I don't think it would.
No, I don't. I just think that all these people are retarded.
This is giving me such a headache. It's so dumb. It's like, I never said this. What I actually said was something that's exactly the same. But yeah, this doc is terrible. You're right, chat. He replied, I don't even like Cyber like that. I replied, so what are we doing here? it's my understanding the server was for Moxy specifically. I don't know why he's so obsessed with it being about cyber. Oh, sorry, Chad. I forgot to zoom back in. My bad.
Yeah, that's what he told me last night. What's funny is they don't attempt to disprove that.
So if you talk to him and he mentions that, it's because I tried not to be scared anymore and it didn't work. And I hadn't talked to him since. Like, if you had any questions, I can explain a lot of what I did. And I promise you the only person that I ever had weird shit with was Stormy. Well, Cyber too, but that's just because Cyber's socially awkward. He even made Shiri uncomfortable. But socially awkward shit is different. Stormy was an actual bad guy. But as far as all the other femboys go, I did my best to be a good friend. But it was never enough. They saw me as a number and acted like it defined me. And acted like I had an ego that didn't even exist. I actively tried to support my friends as much as I could, even spent money trying when I barely made shit, and these people spat in my face. Why I'm leaving the femboy community, other than Skylar and a handful of others, it's been a horrible experience. He keeps mentioning Skylar, and I wonder who Skylar is. I don't think they've shown up at all. Isn't true, I'm not warning people, I'm having mental struggles. Haven't we already seen this? I'm having mental struggles, venting about all the shit I've had to deal with. Yeah, we saw this one somewhere else. Ask me, no. I think we go down to here. By gossiping about real life issues I'm dealing with because of people like him that I spoke about in private. The only person I've told to unfollow anyone is me tearing Shiri to unfollow Nyx because I've been told Nyx is still bad-mouthing me, and I didn't like seeing my boyfriend following someone doing that. So Shiri is the boyfriend. By the way, just because you're a femboy doesn't mean you have to be gay.
They just outed that.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
wait, what?
It's probably like
So
a public thing, I guess.
Well, Shiri told me yesterday it wasn't.
Oh, well.
Because he had told me, because he was trying to illustrate something to me, and he messaged me and he said this isn't public, and I'm like, okay. They
Well, now
just
it's public.
outed it.
It's public now.
Well, it's public
oh my
now.
gosh. That is such an asshole thing to do.
What a disaster.
And these are apparently
this
the
doc
hurt
is.
individuals.
What a disaster.
Are there supposed to be other docs after this? There's supposed to be, I think you said 2 more tomorrow, and
There's
then
2
one
tomorrow,
more Thursday.
and allegedly the biggest one is on Thursday.
But we still got 3 docs
I
to go,
can't-
chat.
At least.
I can't believe that now our Google Docs have DLC.
Yeah?
And you don't have to pay for them.
I know, the free DLC is still inconvenient because they just want the whole thing.
Also, I'm paying in my sanity. Any other questions? If you have the thought of why are you still talking about this after all this time, it's because everything between all the other femboys done a number to me and my mental health. Like, I've been having anxiety-induced seizures from a lot of things, but I think it's mainly because of blank attacking me. Still, I believe Moxy and the other femboys definitely added to that stress. If you're curious about the type of seizures I have are called pseudo-seizures. Sorry for venting all of this to you, by the way. I know it's a lot. That's just kind of cringe, I guess. Go back to regular size. I helped Shizu countless times during our friendship and even kept quiet after our argument. I even offered to help get him into his apartment. Well, Shizu did admit that, so. Shizu was also very vocal in VC how the femboy community hurts his branding due to the amount of not safe for work content currently present within the community. I don't think that really hurts people as much as they want to say. People like to complain about the not safe for work stuff at all. I think you're fine. Blames the femboy community without holding any accountability for his actions. I paid for a commission banner with my own money, gave him the benefit of the doubt when he had issues with certain individuals, and defended him when people voiced their concerns towards Shizu, even after me staying silent for the first few months and admitting to my mistakes. What does this have to do with anything? Am I, like, misreading this?
I might be too tired, but I legitimately just don't see the correlation.
Chat, help me out. Did we miss something?
This doc has just felt so all over the place. Like, it's funny how they have these nice little areas where, you know, so it seems organized, but God, I don't even know if this is even written in order, you know?
It's just like randomly at the start of this one, I paid for a commission banner with my own money. Yes? Question mark?
Is that a flex?
I paid. I didn't even pay for my banner. I made my own banner. Boom.
I made a banner.
I don't know what that
I
means.
made a banner.
I don't even know what my banner is.
Yeah.
I like how they're referencing Callum's doc by saying it's only a problem when you don't agree with him. Just like Callum, by the way, who is just as schizophrenic sounding as Shizu was in that first doc. So that's really bad to just like say. I don't know, man. Like this shit is so ass.
It was never enough. It was only a problem when you didn't agree with him. Just like on Callum's doc, Shizu is problematic when he doesn't get his way and will toss anyone under the bus like bat. I actually did say this reading the first doc, but Shizu to me reads like a person that if one thing goes wrong, he has a panic attack.
Yes.
He did tell me on stream that he has massive anxiety that he needs to get help with, and I was like, yeah, you deciding to spend 6 hours, because that Google Doc that he wrote, he spent 6 hours writing that nonstop, and because like I originally thought that like he had spent a couple days prepping some of that. No, all of that was written the day, like literally within the 6 hours between the time that I read it and not. So he has massive anxiety.
This is repeated screenshot from above. This is the thing about the Nyx thing again. It's just reposted. Okay, here's the rest of this one, I think. Oh no, this is the message she sent to Nyx. Hi Nyx, after conversations with Moxy and Cyber, we've come to the decision we believe it's best to wait a bit before bringing you into our group. It seems there may have been a misunderstanding regarding the group's purpose. While you initially thought of it as a friend group for streaming with the expectation of immediate collaborations, that's not the case. Our first priority is individual growth, and group growth comes second, which includes collaborations. The group's main objective is to provide a platform for individuals who have already demonstrated a proven track record of success. This way they can share their valuable knowledge with the group and leverage the shared expertise effectively, especially for content creators at our level and size. Initially, I had the impression that you were relatively new to content creation, and we thought your role would primarily involve listening and learning. However, it appears that you've been involved in this field for a while. Given this, we'd prefer you wait and observe how you fare independently before committing additional time to help you grow the way we stay focused on our original goal. Says, how's this? And Moxy says, that's good.
They approved that before he sent it. Then he sent it, and then I guess Nyx got pissed off, and then everybody else got pissed off.
Yeah, like, you're here approving it. I don't know why you're showing us that you approved this message that caused Nyx to get pissy. By the way, this is a shit message. I don't know how you read this from like a third-party perspective, and you're like, yeah, this is good. No, this comes off kind of shitty to me. This definitely, to me, comes off like a very specific business mindset, which I don't think is healthy.
What do you mean when you say that?
What?
What do you mean when you say that? Like specific business mindset?
It feels like they're cutting off someone from their group because they are way more concerned with business. And while I've talked about it before, but if you want to do streaming for money, to a degree, you need to treat it like a business. But if you treat it solely like a business, you will get nowhere. Because
it's going to start to get very boring.
Yes. This is why, like, when businesses try to do, like, videos or live streams, nobody watches it. Because nobody wants to see a fucking business talking. They want to see a person with a personality and a history.
That makes sense.
Oh, I just think it's kind of a shitty thing to say to them.
Oh, definitely.
Got you. They work for some big names. I trust them lots. And then he sends the message. His first statement, that was never the reason why Clueless Nyx was picked. Right. What? Why do you not have pictures of this? That was never the reason why Clueless Nyx was picked. He consistently told Nyx, you're the exception, multiple times. He said this mainly because Clueless Nyx did not meet the required CCV to join the group. However, I recommended him and vouched for him. By the way, you never showed us proof of this required CCV thing. Like, when you talked about that, the message you showed us, like the big Femboy rules post or whatever, didn't mention anything about CCV. I mean, I don't doubt it existed, but you didn't show it to us. As for the second statement, in typical Shizu fashion, he left out how I didn't want Clueless to be removed from the group and made it seem like it was a decisive, unanimous decision from the three of us. You approved of it. I don't know what you want me to say to that. Like, you're like, he made it sound like I approved of it. You did! What do you want me to say?
The problem I had when I told Shizu, you can't just say that you're okay with them when you're not okay, because it's going to give the wrong message.
Yeah. Discussion was made during VC. His tone during the call was annoyed and desperately wanted Clueless Nix out of the group. My comment was the aftermath of the call. The reason why the first was highlighted also ties to him claiming Clueless Nix was behaving pissy when I stated they both had a disagreement and Shizu couldn't come up with a good reason behind Nix's content ideas. I can't understand a word he fucking says, dude. I know when we were reading like the Cinder Nanolist doc, we kind of judged Nanolist for getting like so much help writing the doc according to themselves. This is a case where you probably should have had somebody help you write the doc. Because I don't know what the fuck you're saying half the time, dude.
I was told that like they were just allowed to kind of do it with maybe some help there and there, but like this is bad. Like Kirsch wrote a better Google Doc than all of this.
This was 2 years ago. This was 2023. I'm aware that it may seem like I'm on a passive yes man attitude with a recent conversation, but I've been put in a very awkward position, and I can't get very much input on the current matter. Nix helped me since day one of VTubing, an admin, editor, and friend. And I can't be like, oh yeah, screw that guy, kick him. I can't really defend because I'd rather avoid you and him butting heads on every meet. We won't go anywhere if it continues, hence why I gave the if you want me to talk with him, I can, or if you want to let him go, that's on you. If it was another member, I'd give a better, more serious and direct answer. And yes, I'm aware this isn't a friend group project. Even I told him that from the very beginning. I really appreciate you taking the time to call and discuss your current situation. I know it wasn't easy. Don't feel bad about considering letting people go. What I ask of you is to be certain with your decision. Write a proper explanation and reasoning on why you're letting the person go. If you need me to do it, I can. You did say we're all owners. Shizu said, okay, I'll write something out. And that is the last message from this section. It's not good. It's not useful.
It's just, all of this is such just nothing, right?
Yeah.
And I bet, my thoughts, like, nothing here is like, yeah, Shizu might have a bit of a issue with anxiety, but I'm also like, there's careers that you shouldn't go to when you have anxiety. It's like,
okay, well, that page is gonna be shorter than I thought. So we're almost done, chat. Very close.
Oh,
you can't see it
this is something of a gauntlet.
You can't see it at the top here, but it says, after reading it over with Claire, I decided to message Shizu one last time. So I'm wondering when this is sent. Because all we can see is that it was sent that day. Ooh, this might help. Because there's Twitter post on the side here. Why can't I move this one? Let me move this one. God damn it. I'll just get really close. This was September 26th, 2024. Or at least that's when he posted this. Okay, so he posted this to Twitter. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna try and keep it short and sweet because you involving my mods into your drama isn't professional. Granted, we can say the same thing about my previous post. The reason why I made that is because you have a habit of relaying misinformation regarding me and my inner circle of people. I take people's privacy seriously and not just my closer friends. After hearing multiple accounts of your experiences with me, Seems unfair that it's only one-sided while I kept my mouth shut. I did this for a year mainly because I agreed I don't want drama, but after people coming up and wanting to know my side of the story, I try to stay calm and tame and say, don't worry about it. Are you just like permanently high or drunk? Like, I know sometimes I write shit that doesn't make sense, but at least I have the excuse of I don't sleep well, so sometimes I write when I'm super fucking tired. You just seem like you consistently cannot write. Ugh. But there's one person you DM that I will admit got me heated. I didn't want them to get involved, but you had the audacity to drag me in. And the whole blank thing as well, that's what sparked me into making that post. So here's how we're gonna handle this blank. On social media, I'll stop mentioning sites like Twitter, Blue, Insta, making quotes regarding your childish behavior in the past. In return, I expect you to leave my name out your mouth when associating with individuals. I don't care about my brand, the money I make is Moxy, nor my image. I think you do, or you wouldn't be starting this fight. Like,
I'm just gonna say, Akko, that was the most broken I am back I've ever heard.
welcome back.
My apologies. I had to brush my teeth, and I did need to stand up again because I was nodding off while listening to this.
I'm sorry.
Like, he
This is-
says
you're
that
good.
he doesn't care about his brand, yet he's getting in this fight, like, over this shit. Like, to a degree, you care about your brand. Like,
Everybody to a degree cares about their brand.
yeah.
I just,
Don't lie
Yeah.
to yourself.
you should care about your brand a little bit.
Like, as much trouble as I get into, if somebody was like, so do you just not give a shit if Mizu is, like, hated by everybody? No, I care. I care, like, immensely. I think everybody does. Everybody cares about how they're seen, even if they claim they're not. That's why whenever anybody, like, brings their character into question, everybody fights immediately.
Well, yeah, because it's just like you can critique things that you can actually critique, but if you critique like their character, like, yeah, you're gonna fight with somebody because
Yeah.
like that's kind of bad faith in my personal opinion.
I care more about my community and my friends, not just the closer friends. The post I made wasn't about boasting or gloating. It was, I know you're reading this, piss off and move on. Like, you're getting in these public pissing matches with them. You're not helping your case. You're actively participating in this, even if you're trying to frame it as if you're just a passive observer on the side. Previously I had no issue with you talking shit in the past, but once I heard that lie you made about blank, and that one person you reached out went beyond just gossip and now became damaging, personal to the people I care about. If you don't and want to continue this path, go ahead, but multiple people have receipts on you as well. Can't read the rest of that. Okay, the rest of it is, so it isn't me you need to worry about. Don't take this as a threat. I'm trying to meet in the middle and be a bigger person here since you couldn't DM me, but instead DM my mods. So recap, we both stay out of each other's way. I no longer want to associate with you anymore. Leave my name out of your mouth. I'll stop making quotes on social media. I wish you the best for you, and please seek help. Thank you for understanding. It says, I did not receive confirmation from Shizu within 2 days, so I did a follow-up post knowing he would see it. That's not how that works. He saw it. He just didn't respond. With that, I was hoping it would be over. I mean, it might have been over if you left it here, but then you made it like a public Twitter spat. So, like...
Dude, that's the thing about this entire thing. This did not need to go public.
Well, this was public a year ago. This was 2024, September.
Like, seriously, everybody will go on and on about, oh, I hate drama so much and all this other junk. But they sit down and act like they have to do this.
So this section is titled Statements. And the top here says, August 23rd. Someone knew my situation and wanted to reach out. They showed me video recordings and screenshots of Shizu being an even bigger problem within VTubing than I thought. Do we not get these pictures? Or these videos?
Yes, not.
With that, I knew I needed to grab my own proof from other creators and asked if I can get it in writing with what Shizu said about me from the past year. So I asked the friend if he could text me what Shizu said as an extra account for a doc that was being planned. Holy shit, this was started. They did start planning this a year ago.
Wow.
This is the best you could do after a year? Jesus Christ.
Dude, if this is the best you have after a year, what were you doing in that year?
I still feel like the doc I made was better than this.
Like, geez, man, I think they spent more money. I think they spent more money on hookers and gambling than they actually did on this. Like, geez.
Mm-hmm.
That's...
Hookers and
hey
blow.
man, so I really hate to ask you this, but it would mean a lot to me, but you mentioned Shizu said that hurt him and he has marks. Was this written down? Says, I'm making a dog with blank who also has receipts on him and it looks bad. He gaslight. First off, you don't say gaslight. You say you were gaslit. It's a pet peeve. Like everyone always says he gaslight me. It's like, no,
Unless
he
they were
gaslit.
saying he gaslight.
Yeah.
You know, as in an action, like, you know, there's a general action there, but I don't know.
He gaslights a lot of our
lighting
friends,
it up.
and I just want it to stop. I even let him talk his shit, and I let it be. But after him coming up to my ex and now attacking other people, it's unfair and wrong. I was hoping if you a screenshot of him saying he got hurt by blank, we don't need to mention names or get you involved. The other person says, remember Mox, with this part, I wasn't 100% sure he said blank. I remember him saying someone on New Year's attacked him. The only thing I do remember him saying is that I got choked by a friend on New Year's, but I don't think he ever said blank. Specifically, mainly because I was there. If I can get more stuff, I'll let you know.
So he did actually get attacked. Okay.
Well, he's claiming he did. So they're fighting about, like, not fighting, but they're discussing what specifically he said. Because apparently Mox doesn't actually know what he said. Mox says, with respect to privacy, may I add your name and this statement into the doc because it does line up with blank. It's the same thing, isn't it? The only thing I do remember him saying is that I got choked by a friend on New Year's, but I don't think he ever said blank specifically. If I added the other part, he will know it was me and involve X person. I'm rewatching his VOD. I'm also rewatching his VOD to hear what he is saying. Fact, dude, if you would have asked me Monday, I could have confirmed it 100% because it still would have been very recent and fresh. So this is like within the week, I guess. This is if you would ask me Monday. You wouldn't say that if it wasn't like within that week. So within a week, you just forgot? Your friend telling you he got assaulted, you forgot what he said?
No, it couldn't have been within a week because he said it was the New Year's of 23.
I'm confused. What's even...
The attack... You know what? It is 3 a.m., so I am too.
But you did say markings. That would have been a yes if that's the case. Mox, give me 1 sec. So this is for sure, though. I got attacked by a friend during New Year's. About this, I'm asking the people that were in the VC to reassure. Can you do a favor? So this is for sure. I got attacked by a friend during New Year's. This part was for sure. It's the are you sure is making me think lol. None of you people can fucking talk. Jesus Christ.
Are you sure?
Yeah. So Moxy says, so let me ask so we're on the same page again. Based on Shizu video, you can confirm that what he stated was a lie. That he changed the narrative from I got attacked versus he tried attacking me. That's not really like an actual thing, right? Like even in court, I can tell you for a fact if a lawyer is doing this from someone that got like sort of attacked, this is going to be something even the judge is like, all right, you're being a bit combative right now. For sure, from seeing the VOD, he went from saying in VC to others I got attacked, but on stream, he is now saying he tried to attack me. It's really not that big of a difference. Honestly.
Yeah, who cares?
Don't post that part because they said he felt like he was gonna get choked. Yeah, I just got told the same thing. I'm sorry, Mox. I'm in blank VC when you get the chance. Says just got home. Says, hey man, it's all good. Yeah, but still. That's why I had to make sure before something out. Before shit was out. Imagine if the doc was out and you said that. Nah, I'm glad we got it covered. Don't worry about it, man. Says, I know, but it'll still be a bit before I feel comfortable saying anything for a bit. That's just me, though. Says, I don't understand. Don't worry about it. Says, with a friend I trusted giving me an unreliable statement, I felt defeated and ashamed that I even went forward with my most recent post. We all had different reasons to hold off on the doc and debated on even going forward with it. We thought it would be best not to do anything, and we went on with our daily lives. You probably should have left it in the drafts. Why is this what you end with? I'm genuinely confused by this.
Because they have no idea what they're doing. And they're trying to raise a stink about nothing.
Because,
That really
like I
is
said,
the best thing we can go for on this.
This is the second worst Google Doc out of all of them, allegedly. Which
Coach.
it's still setting a high standard.
Check your
Man.
DMs.
Alright, guys. So, because of this experience, me attempting to defend another friend led me into making another mistake again. This time, public, and left the post where it currently stands. But that last call out ruined me, and I stopped pursuing it. I could easily give out the names on who told me in passing and the screenshots of the account that made the claim. However, that would lead into more mess and unnecessary drama, and we settled it in private. Why does this sound like Moxy is like writing a document defending himself now? This doesn't sound... This sounds more like, this is the mistakes I made and I'm sorry.
Man, you people need to stop using words like gaslight. It's never in history has anybody benefited from using the word gaslight.
Yeah. It really does sound like he's writing a fucking document on himself. I take full responsibility, and like I said during the November 2023 night, alcohol shouldn't be an excuse for the way I behave. I tried my best to keep it peaceful afterwards. It's just... Am I the only one that feels that way right now?
Feels
I
what?
feel like I'm drunk.
I feel like Moxy, at the end, on his ending statement here, is like it's almost like he's writing a Google Doc defending himself more than attacking Shizu with like the way he's talking now.
I can kind of see that. However, you should ask me my opinion when I'm
Not a sleepy.
tomorrow. Yeah, I'm trying to stay here until the end, but like,
I'm
Don't worry,
wondering
we're
how
almost
long
done.
till the ukulele comes out.
if I'll be honest with you, based off of the trajectory, I'm betting it's gonna happen with the last one. Last Google Doc is gonna just end up apologizing for everybody's bullshit. I'm gonna be real with you.
It's just gonna be one of them, just like, laying on a polar bear skin rug, saying we're sorry.
God, this is
It's a
not
Femboy,
helping
so-
his case. I'm still reading this in my head. It's just not helping him.
I'm dying.
I didn't mind if people stopped talking to me because how upset I was at Shizu that one night in 2023. It's
The bite of 87.
It was an awful experience. I only did it because I got fed up with how he treated other streamers, my friends, and even those he interacted with within my server voice channels. It wasn't any of my business and shouldn't have been a part of any of it. I only did what I thought was right, learned it the hard way. However, still doesn't give Shizu the right to message people about my personal life. Doesn't excuse him lying to my mod with fake allegations towards me. So to clarify, you haven't shown that he talked about your personal life. So I'm kind of gonna strike that one. I don't think you proved that he lied to your mod. Like, kind of what you showed me is more like a semantic argument. Like, for the most part, what he said to your mod was true. You're just arguing the semantics of it. Warned me and CyberLazu to avoid streamers for stealing viewership. You didn't give us proof of that one. If he did do that, I think he's coping and he's crazy. It's a bit schizo take. But you didn't show us that, so I can't go on that one. Sorry. Claiming they want peace and then spreading allegations about me. I forgot that was a part of this document, that he claimed lying about peace.
Oh.
I think you forgot to include that part, Moxy. You never showed that at all.
When did he lie about there being peace?
Yeah. Like, you...
Oh, no.
I forgot that was in the title.
It sounds less like he lied about there being peace and more like he just never knew anything was going on.
Yeah.
Like, he just kind of figured, well, we had a falling out. It's over now, though, so, here we are.
I think he forgot that he included that in the title until just now in his conclusion. And he's like, wait, peace. He lied about it. It's like, okay, bro. If it was just about how I behaved that night, I wouldn't mind at all and just owned up to it like I did in the beginning. You didn't really own up to it in the beginning, actually. You actually said that he misunderstood everything and that you stand by what you said. Like... You're kind of coping at the end here to make yourself look better. Giving people missing context to better suit his claims without taking any responsibility. Do you mean keeping people from context? You wouldn't say giving people missing context. That implies he's giving them more information that they don't have. But this is another thing, like, I don't think he proved this. Because he's just telling people stuff. And blaming a community for his stress. I don't remember him doing that either in any of your pictures. Conclusion. I didn't have an issue with Shizu sharing his experience about me towards other people because yes, they were bad. You did have an issue with it. You definitely had an issue with it. Don't even lie to me, bro. I don't know why you have to lie about that. I wouldn't have gone as far as I did if it was left at that. I left it alone and did my own thing. My issue with Shizu spreading false allegations about me, trying to get information out of my previous partner regarding me, messaging my own moderator, and twisting the narrative to better suit his claims. I think you forgot that the one with the previous partner thing, he sent them a DM, and we don't know the context of that. We don't even have proof of the DM he was sent, and your partner didn't talk to them. So we have no evidence on any of that. We don't know what he was doing. We have no idea if he was trying to get information, if he was trying to slander you, if he was trying to, like, hit up your partner and get some bussy. We have no idea. Could have been anything. As I stated to my community, my mods, friends, associates, and even Shizu, doesn't matter to me who you are, your influence, numbers, successes, who you know, or what you know. You treat everyone with the same amount of respect. I didn't start streaming with the idea of success. I started streaming because it gives me an opportunity to create content and enjoy a new hobby. This is supposed to be your conclusion against Shizu. You're still, like, litigating yourself. More than anything. I lashed out at someone because they continued to disrespect my friends and associates. I tried my best to defend his actions and gave him the benefit of the doubt. But after his comment about Streamer, it felt it was the straw that broke the camel's back. Even though me and Streamer rarely speak to each other, I wasn't going to allow his statements to pass. His actions were inexcusable and needed to be addressed. However, how I handled it was poor and shouldn't have been discussed while intoxicated. I'm sorry for how it was...
you think?
Yeah?
You think?
I'm sorry for how it was handled, but I'm not sorry for what I said. As for my stream content and how I feel, I've been dealing with this since 2023. I slowly started to form trust issues and saw how people view me from their actions based on the Shizu allegations. I understand that you wish to stay silent based on privacy and intentions on not starting drama. That's not the... Fuck, I don't follow what he's saying. Please, like, spell check your shit. The purpose of this doc was not to gain any sympathy points on my end, but to call out those who spread misinformation towards others, myself included. Even the blaming a community for his stress is true. How exactly is that a bad thing and should cancel Shizu for? Yeah. Like, there's so much stuff in here that's like, if it's true, why isn't it in a document? If it's true, why didn't you handle it in private. If it's true, why do you care? It, like, some of the stuff it applies to, if it's true, why do you even care, honestly? But, like, I don't know what to do about this chat. This guy's nuts. All these people are nuts. That's the whole thing, by the way. And it goes back to the teal deer.
I am positively fried.
I know, right?
I think I lost a year of my life reading that.
I would like to thank you all for joining me. However, I would like to remind all three of you that all three of you requested to be here, and I did not rope you into this. So this is entirely your fault.
All I wanted to do was hang out with the fish.
And you got it.
I had fun. I had fun. It's fun spending time with friends. I'm just looking at this whole thing, and it's just like, God.
They can't say Mizu's not thorough.
So which plane is this one?
Right below. Holy fuck! I am slurring my speech. That might be time for me.
Boondocks for this.
Oh, before Mizu, you finish, I have a meme for the chat.
Do you?
I made a meme in his free time. There you go. I DM'd it to you. You can show chat if you want.
If this is where you're gonna end it, I'm gonna make my glorious exit because I literally think I fell asleep in my chair there for a minute.
Anyways, chat, here is what Royan sent to me. And I think this is what we'll end on tonight.
Do you need to read it out, Mizu? Not gonna read it.
The chat can read it. A meme's not fun if you have to, like, explain it or add to it.
That's a lot of push-ups.
I know. I'm getting pretty buff.
Push-ups. That's like a 2 a day right there.
I've been
Thousands of days, man.
I've been doing a rep of my curl. Been doing a curl every time there was a useless point made in these Google Docs.
So
my arms
So you're
hurt.
just doing a curl constantly.
My arms hurt.
So here's the thing, chat, because somebody asked, it's easy to say Moxy's little rancid here, but is Shizu much better? The problem with the Shizu stuff is everything Shizu has said has been, like, behind closed doors with people who are assumedly mutual friends. And while we can pass judgment on that as being kind of snakish, which I personally think it is, even if it is with friends, it's a little different than being like, okay, well, we need to make a coordinated cancel doc as a big group together. Because the way I would put it is every single person in this situation is about the same level of bad. However, one side of them decided to make it public. So by default, that makes them worse, right? It's kind of like, yeah, you're both criminals, but the guy over there is a double criminal. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
So, like, I get what you're saying, chat, that, like, Shizu kind of sucks. However, the problem is he's up against people that suck worse. At least in my opinion.
I think this is literally one of those cases of, wow, you're all just...
You all suck. What's that Norm Macdonald meme? Now, this might come off as harsh, but I think everybody needs to die.
This is a situation where no one's winning here.
Pretty much, yeah.
Which is why I think Shizu should just keep his mouth shut.
Like, honestly, they're shooting themselves in the foot by even...
The best thing Shizu could have done is just say nothing and watch the fireworks.
Yeah, he probably would have came off better that way.
But he made a document which shot himself in the foot.
He already looks better, and he still looks pretty bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, he freaking made a terrible document that honestly made him look a lot worse.
Actually, there is one person that won.
But then, who won?
Akko, because they can go to sleep.
Exactly.
That's true. That is true. Doc's over.
I would like to stick around, but you guys can end off. I'm going to bed.
Well, chat.
Good night.
Love you guys. I will be doing my Lawtism tomorrow with Ava, so show up about 2 p.m. Eastern time if you'd like to see that. But I'm going to pass you guys over to another VTuber tonight called Ryan Valerius. She's playing Liza P. And please be nice for them. Remember, guys, for my community, you always need to do people a good showing. And good night, everybody. Love you all. Bye-bye.